Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority concurrent meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk, roll call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to note for the record that this evening, Councilmember Shahal is participating remotely under SB 707 Just Cause. At this time, I will let Councilmember Shahal know, please maintain your audio and visual technology on at all times, and please disclose if someone over the age of 18 is in your room and the general relationship to you at this time.
Nobody's in the room right now.
Great. Thank you. If this changes, please inform us before we take an action. Otherwise, I will not ask you. Thank you. And tonight's votes will all be by roll call vote. And with that, I will take roll. Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Present, remotely.
Thank you. Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Cox.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Gonzalez.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those attending this evening in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. For today's meeting, the council's back in session in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use the Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll now move on to the council agenda. But before we move any further, I have a statement I would like to make because of all the events that were happening in Santa Clara over this last week, and I think maybe some of you heard about them. So I want to pause and really say something really from the heart, from I think all of us here in the city. Super Bowl 60 was watched by the world, but it was delivered by Santa Clara. For 3 years, our city prepared for that moment. And when the lights came on and the cameras rolled, what the world saw was excellence. What they didn't see or the thousands of hours behind the scenes, the planning meetings, the infrastructure upgrades, the public safety briefings, the traffic modelings, and a lot of sleepless nights. That was Santa Clara. Hosting the world takes discipline and teamwork, and our city manager set the tone for both. It was our city manager and his entire city leadership coordinating every moving part. It was Public Works making sure that every street sign and every street detail was right. It was Silicon Valley Power keeping the lights on flawlessly. It was our Parks and Recreation Department, our library team, our water and sewer, our IT division, our attorney's office, even you, city attorney, our dispatchers, our finance, community development, clerk's office, HR, and every single department stepping up because that's what this city does. And what can I say about our EOC? David Flam, I see you're here this evening. The best ever, remarkable. Oh, he's not, I can't see that far back. Well, if you were here, David, you're pretty remarkable. And most especially our public safety teams. Our Santa Clara Fire Department, to the men and women of the fire department, your professionalism, your readiness, and calm under pressure helped ensure a safe Super Bowl for everyone. And anyone who doubts the dedication of our police department need only look at how seamlessly and safely this Super Bowl was executed. Our officers worked long hours, made personal sacrifices, and carried the responsibility of global security on their shoulders, and they did it flawlessly. Thank you to both Fire Chief Torres and Police Chief Morgan, who set the standard for excellence, and our city is grateful for your leadership and your service. This event did not happen because of press releases or photo ops. It happened because a small but mighty city rolled up its sleeves and did the work. Now, I've seen a lot of people and cities eager to take a bow. That's fine, but let's be clear. Santa Clara owns the stadium. Santa Clara carried the load, and Santa Clara delivered. And we delivered with class. What makes me the proudest is not the global spotlight. It's our community that showed who we are. We're professional, we're prepared, we're welcoming, and we're capable. To every city employee, every public safety officer, every volunteer, every resident who endured road closures and extra traffic, fireworks, flyovers, they endured all of that with patience. Thank you. This was a team effort, a Santa Clara effort. The world came to our home, and once again, we proved that Santa Clara is truly the center of what's possible. Thank you. City Manager, did you want to say something?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. I took a moment earlier today to pen an email to city staff, and I'll read just a brief excerpt. I want to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to each member of the city team that supported Super Bowl 60. Your dedication throughout the planning, coordination, and execution of the event enabled this organization to perform at the highest level. Hosting one of the world's most watched sporting events requires an immense amount of effort, collaboration, and professionalism. You delivered at every turn and pivoted seamlessly when needed. From many months of meticulous preparation and coordination with our regional, state, and federal partners, to the long days and hours on-site at Levi Stadium, your essential work to ensure that public safety measures and our community support systems ran smoothly is greatly appreciated. Whether you work behind the scenes or on the front lines, engaging with visitors and stakeholders, your commitment showcased the very best of Santa Clara. Because of your professionalism, teamwork, and unwavering spirit, we welcome thousands of visitors from across the nation and the world with hospitality, pride, and excellence. Thank you for your hard work and for rising to this extraordinary challenge with integrity and grace. On a personal note, It was a pleasure to support the public safety efforts and directly lead all of the non-law enforcement efforts. I am deeply proud to serve the Santa Clara community alongside you. And so, as a victory lap and to celebrate all that's going on this year, I just want to take a moment, we have a slide up, just to also announce our community events that are occurring in 2026. And so, last week and throughout the next few weeks, we'll continue to announce these and celebrate everything that's going on. But I want to note a few key events. One, a day on the field to celebrate Santa Clara that is occurring on February 28th at Levi Stadium. Literally a community event where our community will be on the very grass that the Super Bowl was played on. That event has 4 different activation zones, youth sport activities. There'll be an exhibition game, hopefully between our police and firefighters. I'm going to be rooting for the firefighters. Community photo and field day, as well as a community concert. And then we also have a STEM zone on April 19th, and then night markets throughout the summer, May, June, and July in our very own Commerce Plaza. And I know many people went to the Lunar New Year festival that was just a few weeks ago. And as you know, all of these events are being planned with the help of the Council's Economic Development Committee, chaired by Mayor Gilmore, Councilmember Albert Gonzalez from District 1, and Councilmember Kelly Cox from District 6, and with the full support of the City Council that graciously allocated general funds to begin the effort. So hope to see the community out on February 28th and at our subsequent events throughout the rest of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager, and everyone should really put that date down. It's coming up. It's 18 days from now, February 28th at Levi Stadium, and more information to follow. We have some council comments. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the public for their behavior during the Super Bowl as well, and not putting Santa Clara into too many headlines. I want to thank the protesters and the counter-protesters for, showing that we can make statements without making headlines. I wanted to thank Working Partnerships and Rapid Response Network and Siren and IPEN for looking out for the community and making sure that what people are claiming is in fact what's happening, and if there are any issues, checking those out as well. And again, everyone said this, but I think it cannot be stated enough. Thank you very much to not just this staff, but also this council for being supportive of the community and being brave in the when there's a lot of things going on, when there's a lot of reason to be fearful. Thank you for making a stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, this was a big lift for the staff, for public safety. My wife and I, we rode our bikes out there to see what the preparations were like, and we saw that at every street corner, there were police cars and officers there preventing people from parking in the neighborhoods. So really, it was a big lift. I'm really pleased that it was so successful and there were no incidences. As a board of directors member for VTA and for the Capital Corridor train that goes from San Jose to Sacramento, VTA carried 15,000 passengers or attendees to the stadium, and then 15,000 passengers back from the stadium. And Capital Corridor, they normally run 57 trains. They were running 87 trains on light rail for carrying all those passengers. Capital Corridor ran 3 extra trains to the stadium and 3 extra trains from the stadium back every hour after the event. And they carried about 1,250 passengers each way to and from the stadium. And the reason why I bring this up is because our public transit agencies are facing severe financial distress. And there is a ballot measure, SB 63, that will provide funds for public transit so that we don't end up with hour-long headways on BART due to the fiscal cliff. So I just want to appreciate our public transit for being able to prevent a lot of congestion to the stadium. And I encourage people to ride public transit when they can. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. I echo the same sentiments provided by all of you at the City Hall. The staff and the public safety do deserve a lot of kudos. Like they, as a small city of 130,000 people and only around 150 officers, it is a tough act to do perfectly well. So I commend there, and I also commend the planning part of it between the staff and the various state and the federal agencies, which have proven that we can do whatever we want to do successfully. And as mentioned by Councilmember Park, the free speech area and the protests and everything went perfectly well. And I would commend the EOC updates, which we got regularly, that what's going on. And that was a tremendous effort by EOC also. So congratulations, everyone, for such a successful event. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the council? Councilmember Hardy?
I will just say thank you to everyone, because it was everyone who jumped in and helped. And the most important thing is I woke up Monday morning and we were all safe. And that was truly the most important situation that we could hope for. And it was because of the planning, the work, and because we all pulled through this together. And thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. We will now go through the rest of the agenda. Continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations, do we have any? Seeing none, by the public, council, staff, none, okay. Special order of business. We have one special order of business this evening. This evening, we are proud to proclaim the month of February as Black History Month in Santa Clara. At this time in our nation, when diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives are being attacked, it is critical for our community to continue to push for equality. Black History Month is a time to recognize the struggles, adversity, and culture of Black leaders who continue to shape the course of American history. The 2026 Black History Month theme is A Century of Black History Commemorations, emphasizing the significant achievement represented by a century of dedicated Black history commemorations. This evening, we are honored to have the African American Community Service Agency with us. Founded in 1978, the African American Community Service Agency provides programs to strengthen African American identity, values, and traditions in Santa Clara County. I now invite their director, Milan Ballatin, to the podium to say a few words. Milan, if you'd like to come forward, please. It's nice to see you here back in Santa Clara.
Thank you, Mayor.
Welcome.
First of all, thank you to the honorable board, the amazing staff here. Thank you for a wonderful weekend. I was able to enjoy that, as well as my staff in your neighboring cities.
Oh.
Today we celebrate Black History Month, and when we look at 1926, when Dr. Carter G. Woodson started Negro History Week, it wasn't until 1976 that President Gerald R. Ford recognized as the president the holiday. But it wasn't until 1986 that actually Congress made it a national holiday. And so when we talk about the contributions of African Americans in a nation that we had to learn language and learn how to do various things under the pressures in which my community has shown what we are made of and where we come from, is not only something that's a testament to what all communities have been doing in this country, but one that recognizes why February is a special month. And so I think that the work that we do within the African American Center by providing programs in an intergenerational model from anywhere from inception to our elders in the community is about what the Black community has been doing here in the United States of America. And so to have the opportunity to celebrate that with your wonderful city after just hosting a wonderful 60th Super Bowl is commemorable, but it is also special to all of us. And may all the children that are listening learn about Black History Month in school and see all of the wonderful triumphs that came from moments of tragedy, and know that Black History Month is about the success of not just our community, but the American history. So thank you so much for recognizing us today. Good to see you all, and we wish you all a wonderful Black History Month.
Thank you, and we really appreciate all the work your organization does for our community here in Santa Clara. So with that, I have a proclamation for you. Could you please join all of us on the council up here for a photo? So we can present this to you.
Okay, just everybody take a step to your left. Perfect, thank you. That. More. And one more. There it is. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on now to our consent calendar. All items are approved. Oh, did people want to speak? Hold on. Councilmember Jane, your light is on? Is that from before? No, on consent. Oh, let me finish then. All items are approved with one motion unless a member of the council or public would like to pull an item for discussion. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, traditionally, we send in our questions in advance of the council meeting for consent items. I was at a conference yesterday all day, and then there was, of course, a big weekend. So I didn't get them in till late. So I have questions on item 2C, which is the Laurelwood transmission extension, and 2D, which is the Juliet substation. So I don't have to pull it, I just have a couple of questions.
Are we going to be able to answer those, City Manager? Okay, that's why you're here. All right, very good. So 2C and 2D. Okay, I hate to do this, but you're going to have to read the items you want to pull.
I didn't need to pull them, I was just going to ask questions.
Well, we're not going to ask them.
I can pull them, whatever you want.
Pull them because we have public waiting for us, and these questions could go on for a long time. So.
Okay, I'm pulling.
So read them, please.
All right. Action on award of a public, 2C, action on award of a public works contract for the Laurelwood Junction Transmission Line Extension Project to Henkels and McCoy West LLC for a not-to-exceed amount of $883,183, inclusive of a 15% contingency funded by the Laurelwood Substation Capital Improvement Project, CIP number 2443 budget.
All right, anyone else want to pull an item?
And, well, I'm going to read number 2D now.
Oh.
So
okay.
number 2D, action to award a public works contract for the Juliet Substation Expansion Project CIP number 2462 to a PAR Western Line Contractors LLC for a not-to-exceed amount of $12,889,123, inclusive of a 15% contingency funded by the Electric Utility Capital Fund, and approve a related budget amendment.
Okay, does anyone else want to pull any items, any member of the public? Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Move to approve the consent calendar, the remainder of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and that also includes the Stadium Authority item.
Councilmember, Board Member Shahal? Cast your vote.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember, Board Member Hardy?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember, Board Member Park?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember, Board Member Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Cox?
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore?
Yes. So that balance passes unanimously. All right, we're going on to public presentations. Do we have public presentations, City Clerk? Emily, please come forward.
Not just me.
Emily and Cast, please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, City Council, City staff. I'm Emily Adorable, President of Santa Clara Women's League, and we are here to invite you, the council, staff, any members of the community, anyone who would like to come to see our annual fundraiser, which is Showtime 2026. And we are putting on an old-fashioned melodrama called The Dastardly Disaster. We've added another day, so it'll be Friday, March 6th, Saturday, March 7th, Sunday, March 8th. And we would like all of you to attend because we are an organization that does one thing. We support the Santa Clara Senior Center, the Health and Wellness Program, the Senior Nutrition Program. This is why we raise funds. We do one fundraiser a year, and we'd love to have all of you there. I have my Showtime co-chairs, Sharon Andrzejewski and Carolyn Johnson, here with me. And I also have some very important people, and they're going to tell you what the name of their character is in The Dastardly Disaster.
Okay.
Hi there. I'm actually not in this show, but I'm Fatality, and I'm the assistant director for the show. Would you like to come in? Introduce yourself?
I don't have that accent, but I'm Sari from the saloon. And I have a sleeping potion to poison the pirates when they come in because they're mean. So when you guys come to the show, we won't put any in your drinks because we want you to see the whole thing. See what I'm talking about? Only come if you have gold to spend. Do you hear me? And we're an equal opportunity employer. Anyone can serve aboard our pirate ship. Thank you. We take Venmo too. Yeah.
And I am Sylvester Shyster, the lovable moneylender.
So we have one of these for all of you. We hope to see you all at Showtime 2026.
Very
Thanks for
good.
listening.
Thank you. We'll be there. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. Kurt, please come forward. Thank you for coming. We'll let them leave.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I wanted to post this picture from September 15th, 2021. This was the groundbreaking of the agri-hood that a majority of this council attended and shoveled the dirt on. It was a glorious day. It was 6 years after approvals of the project. But everybody that was on council was there, or most of them were there. The developer, even Senator Wajkowski. It was wonderful. And ironically, maybe poorly ironically, is that very dirt that's being shoveled is still not developed. So my ask, and continue to ask, is to not support any changes to this development that would water it down with townhomes. It does not honor the future that you guys voted on and demanded from the developer. It does not handle any of the amenities, any of the community benefits that would be promised, that would have been promised, that were promised and not delivered on. And just keep in mind about our senior numbers. So I'm providing, the next two slides are they're brief slides. They're more just for informational. This is an example of a building that's in San Francisco. It's about 15 years old now. From a company called Panoramic Interest. They're modular design buildings, which tend to be incredibly cost-effective, very well insulated, and it's affordable by design because things tend to be smaller. So this particular one was built on, I think, 1/4 acre, and is, I think, 12 or 13 stories. And it has community rooms on every floor and a lot of community and amenity space. Just an example of what can be built with new construction ideas. This is a refresher for the Phoenix. I presented this last year, end of last year. That was done in West Oakland. Also done with modular housing. It was, again, I think about half the price of traditional stick housing that's done in this area and could be a very affordable thing to do. And I guess the real thing that comes to mind when you present this, whether it's a building that looks like this or a building that has the same capacity with a larger footprint, the key message is, what services can you deliver? There was an article that was published in the Santa Clara Weekly last year, which identified a number of issues with the agri-hood implementation and management of the building. Whether that's being addressed is, I think, an ongoing process. I've been meeting with tenants and residents in that building to help advocate for their rights and their livelihood. But a new project that could incorporate services in there could not just support new residents, but could support existing residents and create a really wraparound services for everybody that's there. So I would encourage you, do not let this last open piece of land in a strategic area, in an area that was built for the community, be squandered with townhomes. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Kurt. James, go ahead, James. Is he online? James?
Unmute yourself, please.
He's not unmuting. Okay, Matthew? Do we have Matthew? Go ahead, Matthew.
Yes, I'm here. Am I coming through all right?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Pardon me. I'm jumping windows. I have my speech prepared on my phone. Ladies and gentlemen of Santa Clara, you brilliant minds forging the future in this fortress of innovation, the cradle of Apple, Google, and the tech empires that crush the world underfoot. I rise today to torch the sacred cow known as Black History Month. This isn't a gentle critique, it's a declaration of war on the lies poisoning our society. Wake up. Black History Month is a grotesque charade, a month-long festival of victimhood worship that spits on the true builders of civilization. We parade peanut farmers and jazz blowers as if they rival the godlike white geniuses who invented the microchip, the internet, the very silicone that runs your world. Blacks, they've given us rap riots, welfare dependency, and endless excuses for their failures. While whites rocket humanity to the stars, blacks drag us to the jungle with their primal urges.
Excuse me, I'm going to ask you to be respectful, please. We have our priorities here and practices. Please be respectful.
All right, thanks for the interruption. FBI stats say that the blacks make up 13% of the population and commit 56% of the murders. So I feel like this should be spoken about. So you interrupted me to say I should be respectful or shouldn't hurt people's feelings. We're talking about 13% of the population that commits 56% of the murders. In Santa Clara County, black kids flop in schools, scoring like third world rejects on tests that white students
Excuse me, I'm going to ask you again to please be respectful. Please be respectful.
Okay, the average black IQ is 85. The average white is 100. It's genes. It's not oppression. Africa is a hellhole of starvation and savagery because that's their destiny. Import it here and Silicon Valley becomes Somalia 2.0. Thanks for interrupting me in my time. I'll leave it there.
All right, George. George? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, how long do I have?
You have 3 minutes, up to.
Okay, I want to let you know first, start, thank you, George Lance, 1488 White Street. I want to let you know, first of all, that your interruptions to that gentleman before me is illegal, that is unconstitutional. Restricting virtual public comments to silence unpopular speech is viewpoint discrimination. You can't interrupt his points. If you don't like them, that's fine, but you can't interrupt them. You have no right to say be courteous or whatever. That's not what the First Amendment says. Your rules of your forum are not above the First Amendment. This meeting's public comment period is a limited public forum. In such a forum, the city may impose reasonable time, place, and manner rules, but it may not tell you that you can't say statistics about Black crime. That is settled constitutional law. The Supreme Court held in Rosenberg versus University of Virginia that viewpoint discrimination was per se unconstitutional. In Natal versus Tam, the court decided that Black mayors cannot stifle the civil rights of anybody else just because they are racist and think that everyone deserves protection from criticism. That's not what the First Amendment says. The First Amendment says that I can criticize anybody I want, including all Jews. If I think that they are all like Jeffrey Epstein, that is my right to think that. And I could state to my fellow man the reasons for us to become very uncomfortable about this whole idea of a group of individuals like Jeffrey running sex slavery throughout the country. This limited public forum that you have here is giving the public a opportunity to spread this word. And this is absolutely within your purview because your same boards and bodies are persuaded by the Anti-Defamation League to stifle free speech, just like this woman just did to the gentleman before me. You are not allowed to interrupt and tell people what they can say. Be respectful. How about this? No, I don't have to respect you at all. If I want to, I can call you a bitch. That is a political point, okay? And you cannot shut that down. I'm sorry. Now, if you look at the Jeffrey Epstein and the rest of his ilk that are running these scams and crimes and rapes and murders, in the 3 million documents that were released, they will show you that these gentlemen said goyim about us. They call us goyim. That is what Jews call non-Jews. That's a Yiddish word of cattle, very disrespectful word used against non-Jews. While these elite Jews from all circles of power in the world, the politicians, the bankers, the media personalities, everybody, all these famous people, and they are all talking about the goyim as they rape our children. Now, that should let you know that this is not white supremacy you should be worried about. You should be worried about Jewish supremacy, the same Jewish supremacy that gives them the right not to be criticized as they commit genocide, rape, and murder. And if you say anything about these rotten Jews, you will find out that they have more power behind the scenes than they do in front of the scene. You are now breaking the law, and you will pay a stiff price for this unconstitutional limitation of my free speech. If I want to complain that Jews have too much power in this world and that we should unite and overthrow their power.
Thank you. Alex? Go ahead, Alex.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wow, I don't think I can top that at all. That was pretty wild. But I came here tonight to speak. I'm asking for the city to condemn and to not be going along with Black History Month. It's divisive and it glorifies myths and ignores the harsh realities tearing apart our communities. It's time we stop peddling the sanitized stories and face the truth. Rosa Parks, for one, hailed the spontaneous hero, but her bus incident was staged by the NAACP. She was handpicked, a Communist Party member. The event was planned, not a tired seamstress defying injustice on a whim, but a calculated publicity stunt. The iconic photo, completely staged, later with a reporter behind her. Fraudulent narratives like this pop up month after month, year after year, and divides us rather than unites us. Let's talk about the facts. Over 64% of Black children grow up in a single-parent home, often without fathers, a crisis fueling cycles of dysfunction. Nearly half of Black women aged 14 to 49 carry herpes simplex virus type 2, per the CDC data, a staggering health epidemic. And the lifetime risk of imprisonment for Black men born today was 1 in 5, a damning statistic on a crime and opportunity. But the real outrage in this country is Black on white violence, often swept under the rug. Stats show Black offenders target white victims in over half their violent crimes, making it predominantly interracial. Remember Debrina Cowan, the woman set on fire while sleeping on a New York City subway last December, burned alive by an immigrant attacker in a horrifying act of brutality? And Austin Metcalf, the 17-year-old white track star, stabbed to death by a Black teen, Carmelo Anthony, at a Texas meet. another senseless victim of racial violence. Black History Month doesn't address these truths, it masks them. Let's end the charade and focus on unity, accountability, and real progress. We must all unite as white Americans and defend our future and make it a safe future for white children. Thank you.
All right, Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I just want to say that there's extremes on both sides, and it's not all of a certain race that's evil. I believe in my own thoughts in regards to that first attack on Israel. General Flynn wanted to know why there was a military stand down that allowed for the Jewish people to be massacred during that first major attack. And that question that he had, I believe, was never answered, why there was military stand down that allowed that to happen. So in my opinion, it's not all Jews. I think the leadership is what might be causing the problem here. And, you know, that's something that got to come out. Yeah, there's, you had other countries emptying out their prisons and asylums onto our border, and that caused a major issue, yeah, with rape, murder, kidnapping, children missing. I think it was like 300,000 missing children that were found just recently. And that was allowed because our borders were open and they let everybody in, and even the criminals, and that caused a major problem. Unfortunately, you don't have the media telling the full truth. That's a major problem that's been causing division among both sides here. I am part Guatemalan. My mom was born and raised in Guatemala, and she came here legally to do the steps legally to get into this country. So I understand that that has to be done. You have to be vetted. You can't allow criminals in here to rape, kill, and do whatever they are doing with these children that are coming across the border. And a lot of them missing, and that's got to change. Then the billions of dollars in California that's been misplaced, and then they're blaming the federal government, saying, "Oh, the federal government's cutting benefits." And I'm thinking, well, wait a minute, what about the billions of dollars that was wasted? California tax dollar, billions of dollars that trained to nowhere and homelessness, the billions of dollars that was supposed to go to homelessness. Nobody wants to address that. They just want to say, "Oh no, Trump's just the bad guy." No, there's a lot of bad guys. It's not just Trump, that's messing up. He's done good, but I don't agree with everything that Trump's done. Yeah, that's the thing is that people have to admit that. Yeah, there's problems on both sides, Democrats, Republicans. You've got a lot of evil people on both sides, and you got to point that out. Then if you don't, then you look like a hypocrite. You have to point out the problems on all ends. Fauci getting that pre-pardon, then people wonder why we don't trust the health industry anymore. It's hard for people to go to Kaiser, because they're losing trust. Why would Fauci pre-pardon? All right, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Edward. Linda.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Linda.
Wow, you certainly managed to get a lot of racists. I think they should be deported, and then we would have a lot better peace. I also wanted to say, there was not ice at the stadium, but I certainly saw ice nearby the stadium, near where you couldn't drive cars anymore. So yes, ice is around, be careful. And yes, I still believe that a lot of those racists should be deported. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Linda. Anyone else want to make any public comments? Please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening. You have to go, well.
I'm just donating my time.
My husband will be donating his time to me, as well as two individuals online, Monica and Sarah. There's a Sarah? No Monica? Lisbeth.
All right, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. You never forget the smell of these council chambers. 1 year ago, I left this city council, a role I loved and took seriously in serving the city. Now that it is in the rearview mirror, I have reflected deeply on that tenure, and much of what has occurred still haunts me. Over a decade ago, I made a decision that would change my life. What I thought was an experiment, a way to test a hypothesis and seek answers, came with tremendous sacrifice to my family, friendships, careers. Even people close to the mayor warned me several times not to get involved in Santa Clara politics. I was told repeatedly how hostile, insular, and crooked it could all be. They were right. A few years ago, at the funeral of a respected Santa Claran, with Suds Jane and Kevin Park beside me, someone told me that my election and others frightened the original families of this city. That moment has been crystallized in me something for a long time. It's a system driven by fear and of change. Over the years, I witnessed things that most people would only believe happen in films or literature. But it's real. And I share this tonight not for the sympathy, but as a warning about how powerful and entrenched the system in this city is. When I first attempted to be appointed to the city council a decade ago, I knew firsthand how it would be. James Rowan, a friend and ally of the mayor, asked if I owned property. When I said no, he told me there's no place for you on this city council. That was my introduction to Santa Clara. When I first ran in 2016 against Suds Jane and former councilmember Kathy Watanabe, I quickly saw the influence of social media and the mayor's orbit. During that election, Kathy Watanabe falsely claimed that I, Suds, and others taken money from the attorney John Malarnick, which was untrue, and then avoided an accountability forum. After that election, I noticed my car doors unlocked and blogs talking about items that were in my car. In 2018, when I ran for mayor, individuals including James Rowan and Robert Haw repeatedly contacted my employers, almost daily harassing me until I was fired from one job and my hours reduced at the other. My employers told me directly that was the reason why. During that same time, empty alcohol bottles would nip at my car, several times at also campaign events. Despite the warnings, despite losing my jobs, I didn't listen to the warnings. I continued to push forward. I ran for city council, I won, and then I ran again in 2022 for mayor. After being elected in 2020, my employer attempted to force me to resign because I was elected. I retained an attorney. I asked for formal questions. I even contacted the city attorney, Brian Doyle, to help me regarding these conflicts. When I pushed back, my employer went silent. However, in 2021, I took a second job at a local company that pressured me to use my role as a city council member to connect them to the resources in this community. I refused and ultimately resigned. I then learned later that they had ties to the Silicon Valley Chamber of Commerce and Teresa O'Neill. In August 2022, the mayor and councilmember Watanabe accused me of verbal and physical abuse. An investigation ensued, initiated by them. The accusations were found untrue, and nothing happened afterward. No apologies, no accountability. There were so many more incidents, but I want to highlight a few little major ones. First one was at the Parade of Champions in 2022. Councilmember Watanabe verbally harassed my husband without provocation. Shortly afterward, near the main stage, my husband and I encountered Assemblymember Evan Lowe and his Chief of Staff, Patrick Aarons. When we explained what had just occurred, Assemblymember Evan Lowe shifted the conversation to asking if we partied. I knew what that meant as a gay man. And then stated in front of us that he does ketamine, which is known as K on the street. He also stated that his boyfriend is a pharmacist and they can get us anything that we wanted. My husband responded, "I don't do drugs." And at that point, the conversation ended awkwardly. And then he immediately joined Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe across the way. At that moment, my husband turned to me, "You are being set up." Later, I learned Assembly-member Evan Lowe was co-sponsoring legislation to decriminalize those issues. So I asked myself, if somebody was to say that, why would they do it and why was it deliberate? Second, an ethics consultant incident. In November 2022, a longtime acquaintance of mine shared with me he had been spending time with someone who knew me and spoke extensively about me. He sent me photos, and it was, to my shock, it was the former Santa Clara ethics consultant. My acquaintance told me that the consultant and him used meth, talked about me as if I were a project, and stopped discussing me once he learned the acquaintance actually knew me. This same consultant Ubered him over, and then he said he did his drugs and left. This is the same consultant that ended up publicly accusing me and others of unethical behavior on the city council, and has appeared on many of your materials, Mayor Gilmore, and later wrote a letter to a judge urging them a harsh punishment to my sentencing. Third, there is Councilmember Watanabe, Vartan, O'Neill showing up at my court hearings. Now I hear O'Neill showing up to Councilmember Park's hearings as divorce proceedings. That's pretty disturbing. But there are so many things that happen in this city, so much accountability during my tenure that I felt has been lacking. Councilmember Park described many times, about Brown Act violations by Mayor Gilmore, Councilmember Watanabe, Teresa O'Neill, and Debbie Davis, with video proof. Nothing has ever been done. In closed session, a CVRA lawsuit was improperly delayed, if Councilmember Chahal remembers that, causing a delay in the settlement offer to expire. We requested an investigation, yet nothing happened. All of us know exactly what happened. In 2022, Mayor Gilmore called me a nobody in a debate of labor endorsements, disclosing labor negotiation settlements. I reported it, nothing ever happened. Same year, the Senator delivered a letter to Governor Newsom about the related discussion, never on a future agenda, forgotten. Gun violence against elected officials, dismissed. Dismissed as free speech. Teresa O'Neill's brother even reached out to me and said, I hope you die. Nothing happens. This is how dark this city's politics are. Yet the rumors are also true that, at the Classy Bag affair, a civil grand juror was seated at my table. I asked Councilmember Hardy who had the seating chart. She told me who did the seating chart. It's pretty disturbing to find that out, too. Yet I'm here tonight for a specific reason. A lot of this has happened that is beyond my control. So much was inflicted out of vindictiveness. But I'm going to say this. I forgive you. I forgive you. But I will not forget, because what I'm here tonight to talk about is on May 7th, 2024, this city council discussed in closed session a FIFA discussion. Most council members signed an NDA except for Councilmember Watanabe and Mayor Gilmore. Days later, the restricted information ended up in the San Francisco Chronicle. Sudge Jane ended up saying, Councilmember said, Robert Hawes' blog, leak of the FIFA info is out there. Even at a public event, Assistant City Manager Chuck Baker told me, we know exactly where it came from. That table over there, pointing at the mayor's table. Now I know why Chuck's no longer here. So I pressed about this, and we got an investigation. Not into council members, though, into city employees. When I pressed for answers, the city manager told me, you know she's just going to lie. And that is a nod to the mayor of this city. I was shocked at answer, but I'm not surprised over the years. I got answers about PRAs the same way. So then I told the other council members what happened. So I asked, did we waste taxpayer money on a sham investigation, or was it the city protecting one person? A Brown Act violation being ignored yet again. City employees who city management and others knew an employee did not disclose this information. So I'm very confused as to what happened and what actually happened. I want to get some answers. Therefore, I'm formally asking the City Council to take immediate agendized action to publicly discuss a proper investigation into the disclosure of that FIFA information with authority to get some real answers. Investigate council members, investigate staff, investigate me. Everyone who was in that room, including the aftermath. And I'm sorry it has come to this. But for far too long in this city, I have watched someone be protected consistently from the economic and development meetings to not even having them for 3 years. And many of you don't understand what I have gone through in this situation and what I have known about this city for years. And here I am to talk about it. And that's why I'm asking you to put this on a future agenda so we can talk about this issue. Because it seems like the accountability is lacking in the city of Santa Clara. Gratefully. And I see the special advisor over here is recording me too, which is great. Because this all plays into the same game. Enough is enough. Leave my family alone. Leave my husband alone. Let's put some accountability back in this city, and this needs to be done properly. So I ask tonight that the city council move forward in putting on this a future agenda for the Brown Act violations that have been ignored, not just yet again, but consistently. So I ask the city council, the city manager, city staff, or the city council to put that on a future agenda so we can discuss that. And if the city council decides not to do that, which I understand, I ask that some bigger body out there, something with teeth, something with power, investigate this city from top to bottom. From before I was on council, when I was on council, I'm glad to answer many questions. So I asked for that tonight, and I understand what your decision will be, regardless. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here want to say something? Please come forward. You can say whatever you like. You have 3 minutes. Please don't respond.
My name is Debbie Triforos. I'm a Seroptimus member. I did assign the tables at the Classy Bag Affair. Interesting, though, how would I know who a grand jury member was and place that person next to you? I have no idea who the grand jury members were. I place people according to who buys their table. I think Jeannie Meehan bought your ticket. Second of all, the lies. Oh my God, is there a full moon tonight? This place is unbelievable. I have never heard so many awful people. It makes me sad. I don't want to cry, but how can Santa Clara have these kind of people living here? I thought California, silly me, California's a nice, great place. Only Washington, D.C. has this kind of stuff. Last week, you had a room full of people against ICE. They didn't want to get the don't take the minorities out of our state. And now, you have people on the phone that want to get rid of everybody that's not white. There's nothing you guys can do about this, but I just have to tell you, I don't get it. I'm sad for our society. And when someone stands up here and tells a lie, I'm not going to take it because that was at me, it was personal, and it is not true. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have, no, please stop. Please stop. Please. All right, no, excuse me, you're out of order, please stop. Please stop, or you'll be removed. Stop. All right, informed citizen online. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
That was pretty enlightening to finally have some of the dark truth brought out in the open. The mayor has done a lot of crooked deals in the city and has never even apologized to the public for being the cheerleader who brought the 49ers to the city and now blames everybody else but herself. So when people want to call the council 5, they ought to be looking at the council 1. And that's Mayor Gilmore. She's the one that brought the 49ers to the city. She's the one who was part of a contract that takes advantage of the people and is liable to screw them royally when things go upside down. Also, the whole related deal, there's another royal hosing that she's done to the people. Tore out the golf course, tore out tennis, and gave the citizens zip 0-0. Don't let her do the same thing to the Civic Center. Wonder how much money she's going to make off of that fiasco. Yet another debacle. That's already been put to bed once. It shouldn't have to be even revisited because it's all for her buddies again. It is about time that somebody look under the kimono and start exposing the people that are cheating and lying and ripping off the people of Santa Clara. That particular family has done a lot of it. And I have proof that she did it. And if it has to, I'll produce the proof. It's unfortunate that it has to go this way, but she has done the people bad more than once. So you need to flush out the Gilmores. Don't get her cronies in there again and stop this ridiculousness.
Thank you.
You're
Next, we
welcome.
have Judy. Go ahead, Judy.
I have a little bit of a problem with my fuck hikes. I have a problem with being able to control my speech, but unfortunately, or fortunately, maybe we have I have the right to speak anyway. Please bear with me. Fuck hikes.
Excuse me, that is out of order. That is out of order.
Excuse me. Please. We have a problem with your city council, and it's working for APAC and the ADL. This is protected political speech, and you may not discriminate based on my viewpoint. We can't continue to allow our boards and city councils to be intimidated by Jonathan Greenblatt and politicians like this board who are paid off by Jews to stifle our free speech. I want to know, fuck Jews, excuse me, if there is any recourse to your bodies for continuing to silence criticism of Zionism, Israel, and Jews. And if the public will hold you accountable for being complicit enablers of this brazen criminal activity. Excuse me. Excuse me. People in this world should not be listening to overweight boomers in the crowd. They should be listening to fathers of families who are trying to protect their communities. Stop listening to the pedophiles telling you that you may not criticize them. Stop worrying about what they say about hate. Stop listening to them and work together to overthrow their dominance. It is time everyone works together to fight Jewish supremacy before it is too late. They will make us fight each other and send us to a war to slaughter ourselves if we do not wake up, join together, and fight Jeffrey Epstein and the rest of these Jews that are dominating the world. Don't let your city council stifle your blood-defended, God-given right to use your speech, because your words are mightier than a sword. And if it has to be a sword, that's what it will be. Thank you.
Okay, Emil, would like to come forward, please? Welcome.
Hello. Good evening. As a player and a soccer coach in the South Bay and now a resident of Santa Clara, I've seen firsthand how difficult it is to access soccer fields, specifically in the late afternoon and in the evenings, which is why I was pretty optimistic when Reading Grant Sports Park opened up and made it available to the public for access through the drop-in play program. But most recently, it was actually suspended, And until I pestered Parks and Rec, they put out some signs and actually put out an end date to the suspension, which I'm not too sure how strict that end date is, given that the World Cup is coming up, and it's just going to create more issues in terms of soccer field access. The reason it was suspended was because of the Super Bowl and the use of the space at Santa Clara Youth Soccer Park. So I just want a little bit more clarity when it comes to when Read and Grant is going to be available for drop and play. I think the fact that kids and especially adults who work in the evenings and then need a place to play soccer don't necessarily have that place at the moment. The only other options are to trespass, which a lot of residents do, or to play on unsafe fields with unsafe conditions. So yeah, just asking for a little bit more clarity when it comes to when that is going to open up. I've already emailed our District 2 council member, and he was able to reach out, but I still haven't heard some more definite feedback. And I actually just came from Read and Grant because it's being used by Volo and Zog Sports, which are a third party, and the rest of the fields are completely empty when it's a time when drop and play was originally. So I've gone to Read and Grant on 4 separate times when drop and play was supposed to happen, and the fields have been empty. So this isn't necessarily an issue of availability. I think it's more of just an issue of prioritizing residents and our public resources versus giving them to private entities like leagues and clubs. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to have somebody from Parks contact you. Emil, thank you. Can somebody make sure we get back to you on that, because I know that's important. Thank you for coming and bringing it to our attention. Yes, you don't need to.
I just want to say I appreciate each and every person here, that's the staff, that's the council, for the good stuff that you do. And I'm sorry for the negativities, because even though there's always room for improvement on anything, and I have advocated for that, as you know, I think it's really sad what happened tonight. And I want to go back to the positive, that you can't believe how relieved I am, and so many of the citizens, that we got through this safely. And so thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. So I want to read a statement. I don't see anybody else. So I want to read a statement that I want to emphasize that in Santa Clara, we do not condone hate speech in any form, whether it's directed towards a group of people or an individual person. The core values of our community, a diverse community of decent people, stand in direct opposition to hate to such speech. And while we may need to endure hearing it out of respect of people's First Amendment rights, people should know that our enduring it does not reflect our acceptance of it. Instead, we condemn it. Councilmember Cox?
Yeah, I had my my request to speak on a while ago. I think, you know, I was compelled after we did our proclamation to say something, but I think when you learn about social justice, I mean, there are times when in your white allyship, you shut up. And he did a great job and said it, but these are moments, I think, especially as a council, when you need to stand up and declare what you believe in. And so Black History Month is a celebration, and it should remind us white folks that there's still the work to do, and I say that for all non-Black people. And this has gone into a bigger conversation now, but I think that it is important just for me to declare I absolutely understand that this is one of the horrible ways that a government platform can be used. And even to Mr. Becker's point, I know there is infighting in this council, but I know that everyone I serve with will make a statement against those kind of hate speeches, and that is not who we are or what we believe in. Again, we can throw racist statistics out, but that shows us our structure is wrong, and that shows us our system is broken, and that there is work to do. And this literally was a moment of disgust for me, and I cannot say enough. That is absolutely not what I believe, and it is not what I believe our city is about. If it was, this is not where I would be. But again, I'm just at a loss for words, and regardless of the political differences we have, I do believe that I serve with good people, and we are limited to what we can shut down, but I know that we are here because we believe in unity and in our city, and that there is a wonderful blessing in diversity and the diversity of cultures, and I know that the people on this dais will continue to fight for that. So,
Thank you. All right, moving on, we have consent items pulled for discussion. Councilmember Jane, you pulled item 2C. You want to start with that? So 2C is action on award of a public works contract for the Laurelwood Junction Transmission Line Extension Project to Hinkles and McCoy West LLC for a not-to-exceed amount of $883,183, inclusive of a 15% contingency, funded by the Laurelwood Substation Capital Improvement Project, CIP number 2443 budget.
Yeah, I'll just ask my questions. This pertains to this item and the next item, but there's been concern by the public about when we spend this kind of money, who's paying for it, and how the money is recovered, and whether it's on the backs of ratepayers. But more importantly, for this item, we're extending a transmission line 0.3 miles, and I wanted to ask whether, I have a concern about, as we add all these transmission lines, what is the aesthetic impact to the city? The city of Anaheim has no overhead transmission lines because they're a tourist city. So as we look at these transmission lines, I know we did the one on Lafayette. We had to do that in a hurry because of the LS Power line. But as we look at new transmission line systems, is there a consideration of undergrounding them?
Sure. So with that, we'll first turn it over to SVP Director Nico Prokos. Also, we have Finance Director Ken Lee here.
Thank you. Welcome, Nico.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. To answer the first question about who's paying for this, so the customer in this case is Digital Realty. They will be paying the full cost of this transmission project. And I think tomorrow, or maybe the next day, you will see a map, which is something that I think you requested as well, that shows the alignment of the transmission project. This project is located at the end of Walsh, up against the railroad alignment there. And there's an existing 60 kV line currently there. And what we are proposing here is to add 2 new tubular steel poles. And we do that because that avoids the needs to add guy wires. Again, there's an existing line there, so there's not much from an aesthetic perspective. There's really not much of a change. I will say that the 0.3 miles actually refers to the circuit miles, so it's not really the distance, because if you look at the map, it's a very short jog to go from that right-of-way where the transmission line is next door to the Digital Realty facility. Now, just generally speaking, undergrounding typically costs about 8 to 10 times more. And in this particular case, this is an industrial area with existing lines, so we don't feel that it's inconsistent with the existing aesthetics. There's also, it's not to say we didn't look at it, there's also some challenging subsurface conditions and sensitivities in that area, which made it very difficult to consider undergrounding. And then finally, we're talking about 2 poles. If we did underground, we'd still have to do risers. And again, tomorrow you will see a depiction of what one of those risers looks like. And I can tell you it's about the same size, if not a slightly larger, than the addition of the two tubular steel poles.
Okay, can you just, if undergrounding is 8 to 10 times more expensive, maybe in just this application, how is it that so many other cities do underground?
I mean, to be honest, I might have to get back to you on that one. I don't know what the rules are in Anaheim. I think undergrounding transmission lines is very unusual because you're talking about a very large right-of-way and a lot of impact in that nature, and again, the cost. But I'm certainly happy to look at what Anaheim is doing, and we can get back to you if that's appropriate.
Sure.
Manager?
I guess what I would also say is I don't think the industry standard is actually undergrounding transmission lines. Most transmission lines are aerial. We are knowledgeable of Anaheim's system, right? And they have a citywide system to underground that they've had quite some time, right? And so it's distinctly different to take a system that is primarily aerial and then start to go underground because you don't have that built-in infrastructure. And as the director said, we have looked at specific lines, new lines that are contemplated, and there's been various reasons why those lines haven't been undergrounded. That said, we will continue to do that. And I think when we talk longer about Silicon Valley Power's strategic plan, I know that this is a conversation that certainly you, Councilmember Jane, want to have, and we can continue to envelop that conversation. What it really comes down to is two things: cost and subterranean infrastructure and the ability to do it. And a third thing, the engineers will tell you, is actually loss when you go underground for transmission lines too, and I know you know that as well. And so very complicated analysis, and right now, as the director mentioned, we're taking it on an individual project basis. With that, I do know that Director Lee has a little bit more to add on the finances. I'll call him up.
Thank you, City Manager, and thank you for the question, Councilmember Jane. And I just wanted to add, when it comes to who pays for these large projects, we do have multiple mechanisms to recover those costs. Specific to item 2D, a very large substation project needed for a large customer, and so we have very specific developer agreements with that specific customer. They've made progress payments to date. This specific item, which includes the award of a contract of roughly $13 million, they're fully funding that. And in addition to funding those very specific improvements needed for those customers, they also pay a load development fee, which shares in the impact to the rest of the system. And so that is all dictated within the developer agreements that our Silicon Valley Power Utility, with partnership with finance, work to help ensure that these costs are recovered.
I understand that. I'm going to ask some specific questions. I'm done with my questions on C. Mayor, do you want me to go into D?
No, we're going to finish C first, so let me go to the public.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Not yet. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, Councilmember Jane.
Motion to approve.
Second.
So a motion to approve item 2C by Councilmember Jane, second by Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes, nobody's in the room.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Cox.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. We're going to go to item 2D, action to award a public works contract for the Juliet Substation Expansion Project, CIP number 2462, to Par Western Line Contractors, LLC, for a not-to-exceed amount of $12,889,123, inclusive of a 15% contingency funded by the Electric Utility Capital Fund, and approve a related budget amendment. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, so in the report, it says it's funded by the Electric Utility Capital Fund, but the actual document says that I believe Intel will be paying $10 million for this improvement, plus there is also a load development fee. So my question is, again, we keep getting asked by the public, are these projects going to be paid for by residents? And I just wanted to get assurances that they will get paid by the users, the load. But my question is, when do they pay for it? Do they pay for it like upfront? We had this issue with the Super Bowl. Do they pay for it upfront, or does the city floating it? And then are they being paid in cash payments or through electric sales over time? In which case it becomes a problem for me, because if they don't actually end up building their data center, then we're left holding the bag on those capital improvements.
A great question, and I'll talk specific to this item in this project. And so for this specific award, the Intel is fully paying for the dollars associated with the contract. Just to give a timeline of payments, Intel has provided in total to the SVP $8.5 million for progress payments up through this item. This item in the contract, the SVP did invoice Intel for this item, the $13 million, so we're awaiting payment after the award. And then in addition to the roughly $21 million that Intel's paying for this project, once the project is energized, there are progress payments around load development fees. So once they turn on the power for very specific quantities of power, that triggers within the agreement payment of load development fees. So these are all cash payments, progress payments made through the construction of the project, and then after the energy is turned on for that system.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the council? Any member of the public want to speak on this? All right, seeing none. Councilmember Jane?
Motion to approve.
Second. All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Jane, second by Councilmember Hardy to approve staff recommendation.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Cox?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. So our next item is our public hearing general business. Item number 4, review and approve the library strategic plan and library facilities master plan. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore and members of the City Council. As you noted, this is a report on both the library strategic plan and the facilities master plan. And as you will hear, this has been a multi-year effort. It's important to note that these are two distinct plans, but that in many ways, Siri is talking to me, but I am not referring to her.
Turn your phone off.
I like to think of the strategic plan as the plan that looks at how we currently and how we will serve the community through our programs and services. And the facilities master plan is literally the buildings and the infrastructure that we do that within. And so as you can get, they're complementary, but they're distinctly different. And so I'll just turn the presentation over to Patty Wong, our Director of Library Services, to walk us through this item.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, Vice Mayor Gonzalez, City Council members, City Manager Grogan, and City Attorney Googans, and of course, our public. Patty Wong here, your city librarian, sharing tonight a 2-year library process resulting in a draft library strategic plan and facilities master plan for your review. Both plans have been shared with you, Council, during 2x2x3 meetings in November and December of last year. Many of your ideas have been incorporated in updates to these drafts, which I will share with you tonight. The goal of the presentation this evening is to share these plans with our community and to ask you to review and approve these documents as planning for the library's future services. So we'll begin with the future starts here. So as you can see, we started this process in '24. It's been a little bit of time, but great to be here. The library strategic plan is a 3-year plan, but the mission and vision are meant to be evergreen with a focus on 21st century services. There will be regular customer surveys every other year, and that will better inform our priorities, and activities will change within the following years. The Board of Library Trustees and staff were key to this work. I wanted to recognize them in the audience tonight. We have a new mission statement which included feedback from the staff. It was meant to be aspirational and inspirational, and a new vision statement supporting Santa Clara as the center of what's possible. So you can see the strategic plan was based on significant community engagement, staff review, and interviews with key partners throughout the city. Here are a few key points that we heard directly from the public, and I think, we try to have strong satisfaction with our staff and services. That came out as one of the number one. But there was also a desire for greater access to our library spaces, to have more hours, a need for greater awareness of our services, a desire continually to have our library represent the broadest diversity of cultures and languages in the community, an interest in innovative technology and digital literacy, and also to maintain our role and responsibility as a community resource and a hub. The top item was actually additional hours, specifically Sunday, and we were able, thanks to you, to accomplish that in January of 2025. We also have added an additional hour on Saturdays just recently. So after going through all of this data, the community was very clear in our priorities that they wanted us to pay attention to. The first was increasing community connection through external partnerships, fundraising, marketing, and public relations, and really making the library come alive for the majority of our community, and strengthening our library services. Priority group 2 was improving capacity so we could do a better job. And that's through organizational structure, through review of our policies, and through volunteer and staff development. And then the third priority group is building a stronger day today for a better tomorrow, to be forward-thinking, to be forward-focused, and to be community present. Libraries are community hubs. We can't be everything to everyone, but we can develop our role as a community resource. So beginning with external partnerships, of course, we already have a wonderful partnership with our school district, but what does it mean to deepen that and actually reach out to all of the educational resources in our immediate community? Lots of information about small and large businesses, community-based organizations. We definitely need to spend a little bit of time reaching out to our Spanish-speaking community. There's been lots of talk and suggestions in relationship with our tech community. As we're planning some of the STEM zone, we are finding a lot of those relationships are coming to fruition now. Relationship to non-library users. We have a lot of people coming in the building, but not everybody yet. And we'd love to expand that reach as well. Fundraising, we definitely want to partner with our Santa Clara Board of Library Trustees and the Santa Clara Library Foundation and Friends. This is their 25th, the Friends in that foundation are 25 years old this year. We invite you to come to our celebration, but they are vital because they spend a lot of time and energy focusing on fundraising specifically to provide services and programming for our efforts. And then, of course, marketing and public relations to use those resources that we have already, but to expand them to make everyone aware of our services. Priority 2, improving our capacity. This is critical to our work. Organizational structure, we want to continue to improve. Cross-training of all of our staff so that they can pretty much work in any location within the 3 existing buildings we've got. Stronger communication, and of course, use of interns. One of the things that we've been able to do this year is work with Santa Clara University and Mission College to incorporate that in our work. Policies. Our policies are about 5 to 10 years old. So as we move forward, we need to update them, make them more current so we can do more work together. And then, of course, volunteer and staff development. Safety and well-being is of preeminent support in what we want to do with our staff, using new technologies, reminding ourselves that we need to improve our services to include the ADA needs of our residents, and of course, working with all of our partners. Priority 3, building a stronger today for a better tomorrow. We really need to take a good look at all of the things that we do to make them operationally more efficient, but also to use technology in the best way possible. Use of our community rooms is a priority. We need to expand that and make sure that we can open more hours after our public hours. Digital literacy classes have come up, and we now are expanding a lot of our classes towards AI, the use of AI and technology infrastructure. Support for homelessness is a concern for us. We do our part to make sure that we create opportunities for communities to come in and make use of our buildings, but also bringing resources to them as well. One of the things that we're doing is a lot of work with financial literacy and entrepreneurial support and resources, and making our e-resources available to the majority of our public. So the next steps for our strategic plan, we have all of our units have specific actionable initiatives included in the strategic plan. The next steps involve reviewing that plan with staff, developing processes to monitor and report on their progress and do evaluation, and hopefully create a dashboard so that the public will know what we have available and the outcomes that we're looking at. And then, of course, future goals to establish regular community surveys, the annual report, and to refresh that plan annually. So I'm happy to take any questions about the strategic plan, unless you'd like me to continue and go on with the...
Why don't you continue? Okay. We'll hold our questions to the end. Thank you.
Very good. So this is our library facilities master plan. It's a 20-year snapshot of what the future might look for us, and in terms of the infrastructure to make that happen, as well as the population that we're serving. So the master plan includes pretty much 3 different areas. Property condition assessments, the consultants took a look with us, and building maintenance and public works, and made recommendations for existing library facilities, as well as long-term needs to accommodate the growth of the population. There's estimated pricing that was included in there, as well as funding strategies. And then very important to this was this last piece, which is to recommend nexus language to update the library section in the general plan, which was done in complete cooperation with community development. The things that I'm going to be sharing with you tonight dovetail very well with our Measure I plans, which of course were to focus on renovating and restoring and improving services at our 3 existing facilities. So once again, based on data and community engagement, the facilities master plan was taken from about the same kind of process that we had for the strategic plan, really reaching out to the community in many languages. We also spent quite a bit of time looking and reaching out to our city stakeholders as well. The Planning Commission, Station Area Task Force, Senior Commission, Youth Commission, Historical Landmarks, Parks and Rec, to get their ideas about what future library service could look like. So these are the key points from that outcome. Community feedback shows a desire for more meeting rooms, gathering, and study spaces, and I know in speaking to you it was very important for us to open up our community rooms after hours. I am very happy to tell you that we are going to probably be able to do that at Northside almost immediately. We anticipate being able to do that in the spring or summer of '26, so happy to make that happen. More access to technology, materials and services in all languages, and of course, our demographic data represents all of that information as well. I know this is a little bit dense to take a look at, and I'm glad that you had maybe an opportunity to take a look at the report. But basically, the key points to this slide are that there was a strong interest in retaining service at all our existing buildings. Central Park is very appropriately sized, even though 20 years from now, there isn't the same anticipation of growth in that particular service area. Mission Branch, it's a little smaller sized, but definitely can serve that population well. Northside Branch, however, if all of the population grows in that direction, and if all of those developments come to pass, there will be a need for additional library services in that area. So the consultants came up with some recommendations, but I wanted to remind everyone who's listening that these are really just guidelines. It's not prescriptive. These are ideas that have come from the public, from examination of the buildings about how we might design them a little bit differently to better serve our community, and also from you all as well. So we're thinking about an international hub. One of the things that we have, for instance, is all of our different language materials are pretty much, they're scattered. They're in the youth services place, and they're also on the second floor in adult services, and that's really not very constructive for a community who's really looking for some materials. So bringing them all together, we're thinking about a library of things and a makerspace, centralizing more of our area so that there can be business centers. And also, we only have meeting rooms or study rooms on the second floor. We'd like to extend that to the first floor to be more appealing to the public and have the first floor really be a showcase of all of the services that we have to offer. Now, the last thing is number 7, and that is the enhanced cafe. The consultants did recommend expanding that area, and I think one of the things we heard loud and clear from our mayor, among other people as well, is that we need to take a look at actually not only enhancing the cafe, but could there be an outward-facing portion of the cafe towards the park? We have had, when we had the cafe before, we actually did have cafe service out there with tables and chairs. But if we wanted to make that more formal, what would that look like? And so that's part of the design thinking as we move forward. This is the second floor of Central Park. More attention towards the genealogy area. We want to bring out, though, Reed Santa Clara Literacy Center. Since that's been moved from Mission, we actually haven't had a real home for it where all of their services can be grouped together. And so we're going to be borrowing a little bit of space, we hope, from history. Now, making sure that you're aware these are just concepts. There's nothing prescriptive about it, but these are some of the ideas that have come about. Another business pavilion for those that really need co-working space. The foundation offices probably will move to the back of the house because we want to create more space for our public. We also want to do, I forgot to mention on the first floor, we are thinking about we might relocate the teen zone upstairs, and then we also want to reunify the adult fiction and nonfiction collection. Right now, they're separated by 2 floors. It's very hard for people to find things. So instead of making them do all the work, we're going to combine the resources upstairs. This is Mission Branch, and one of the things that you probably know is that it's gone through a lot of renovations, but not all of them dealt with the specific needs of the branch to make it a little bit easier for the staff to use. And so we're going to be thinking about installing a privacy pod. One of the things that's happening is that the service desk is not really accessible, and a lot of community actually goes straight back to the staff room. And so we want to make that a little more secure for the team. We hope to expand and put a restroom in the community room so we can have after-hours access for that community room. I did want to bring to your attention the fact that number 5 recommends another addition to the building. After talking with the board, there may be some concern about that because it will change the historical space a little bit, and so that might not be where we want to go. But like I said, all of these are just really suggestions, and I think if anything happens, it will go to the Historical Landmarks Commission before it becomes before you for design thinking or approval. North side, this is all pretty much internal, so better use of that outdoor space with community gardens and shade and tables and chairs. We're working on that after-hour access right now. More additional quiet space rooms, that's probably the #1 question we get is how do we get more rooms where people can work together and also in a little more intimate setting. We would actually like to grow the collection there. It's not quite enough. So it does mean that right now we're working on additional layout for an automated handling sorter because they are getting a lot more materials returned to them. Our service desk actually might be modified to include library of things as well. And then as human nature would have it, a lot of our 4-person tables are not inhabited by 4 people because people don't always like to sit together. So we're going to break that up a little bit, but make sure that we have enough seating for everyone. Okay, so one of the things that I did mention is that if, perchance, all of the developments come about and our population grows, we may have the need for another site, but that, of course, is it's dependent upon a number of things, resources, et cetera. So, of course, the architects came up with this plan as a standalone or as something that's joint use or in a number of other areas. And of course, this is a 20-year plan, so we don't have to make any decisions about this tonight. It was a projection of what might be needed in the future. One of the things that did come up, though, at the station area plan is that we did hear from them that they wanted to have, perhaps, a sense of library service there. So it could be a leased space or it could be a kiosk. And we are working very hard with Parks and Rec to have some self-service models in other spaces to support that work. Oop. Sorry. Oh, these are the funding strategies that the consultant recommended. Of course, there's Measure I, which is going to be a real boon to us in the beginning. You can see already that it looks like we'll be able to actually pay for or support all of the changes that would come about as a result of some deeper thinking around Mission and Northside. The initial ideas is also to provide stronger public restrooms at Central Park and to actually create some access controls so that we can use the commuting room after hours. The initial Measure I tranche also calls for design planning for all 3 locations, so all of that will come before you again for approval later. There's certainly not enough to do all the Central Library potential recommendations, but we will come to you as resources become available. Northwest funding strategies, if there is a Northwest, public-private partnerships, launching capital campaigns, that philanthropic era, and of course, we've already mentioned this to our foundation and friends, and they are happy to join in the process. Station area plan, I talked about that earlier, lease space or kiosk, and philanthropic support for innovative service models. And of course, I mentioned our foundation and friends are on board. This is the last slide I have for you tonight about the plan itself. There, initially in the general plan, there is very brief and very outdated information in the general plan referencing the library. So the consultant took the plan, and we worked together with community development and came up with language to embellish this a little bit, to make it a little bit more prescriptive and suggestive that library services should be developed in commensurate with the population growth. So these are the next steps, making very clear that the recommendations are not meant to be prescriptive. We're working, and of course we would continue to work with our city manager's office and finance to prioritize recommendations. We've already worked with Afshan and her team in terms of CDD to update the library section within the general plan. That, of course, will also come to you for review. And then one of the nice things that we were able to do with this assessment is to make sure that we have some good timelines for public works to help us maintain our buildings. And that is it for tonight in terms
Oh,
of,
you have a lot going on, Pat.
we do.
A lot going on. It's exciting, though.
Thank you.
Really exciting. All right, let's start with council questions. We have Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I will say libraries have fundamentally changed. My mother was a librarian, and it's completely different. There's no card catalog. There was no digital way to take anything out. We had fines, and then you also became the hub for DVDs and VHS for a while, and that too has changed. So I appreciated that and looked at this very carefully. But I still see the library as the information hub for the city. You went through it a little quick, but you put 75% of our residents have computers. I think we need to be careful when we say that, because many times that's the students have a Chromebook from school, and many of our older residents only have a phone, and they call it a computer, and it is in many ways, but that is very difficult for someone to fill out a form or to print anything, and recognizing that we need to be part of that information hub and give them that opportunity and that help to do so. I do appreciate that. I did see how the digital checkout for books has gone way up, and I know I personally do that. So in seeing, then our brick and mortar has also changed. And I like that you saw very clearly the need for meeting space and the community rooms afterwards. If you look in the report, it showed the parts of the city where it's not within 15 minutes walking distance.
Right.
And that was my entire district, District 3. So would I say, oh, we need a library there? No, what I would say is we need those, and you mentioned it, those later hours, so not everyone's schedule works for everything, and I appreciate that you've done that, and also being able to get to those community rooms after hours at all of the, everything I read said that you understood that, and that is what I probably hear the most. It's not lots of fun, but I appreciated that there was the maintenance of all the facilities. I was on the Planning Commission when we did the library, and I kept arguing, by the time you have it built, there will be Wi-Fi, and people just blew me off, and I was right. But we still have the wiring, but we paid a tremendous amount for that wiring, and I happen to know it's getting up there in age, and I recognize that. And I do appreciate you being very clear that this is a wish list, and it's a vision of what's possible. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Director. Yeah, I was a little disappointed that the survey at the Art and Wine Festival showed that support for homeless services was down in the priority from the public. It's a high priority for me, and I think we talked about this. You know, the unhoused people, they come to our libraries to get computer access. They get services, they get connected to government services. They, of course, use our restrooms. And so it's important for us to continue to provide those services at all our libraries. I know generally they come to Central, but that's important to me. I appreciate that you talked about digital literacy and the use of AI. I see that nowadays young people, they don't realize the dangers of being on their devices and the algorithms, getting them hooked to spend more and more screen time. So the meeting rooms and the ability for, you know, high school kids to come and have like a study group where they're actually socializing is important. And you know, having those tables of 4 with high school kids can get very loud. So I can see that would be a problem there, but
We still
maybe you
want to
could-
encourage the socialization, though.
Yeah, yeah. So maybe you could talk about what the libraries are going to do to sort of educate kids on the algorithms and the dangers of AI and too much screen time. I really like the Library of Things. I know that, you know, things like bear canisters when you go backpacking and, you know, is pretty popular, and the passes for the state parks is popular. I would love to see more items added to the Library of Things. And then the Northwest Library, is that the one that you're thinking about at Patrick Henry?
Around that area, yeah.
Okay, because I think there was a plan in the Patrick Henry plan to put a library there.
There was a plan, I believe, that was abandoned when the developer kind of pulled out. It doesn't mean that, you know, we don't still have a need there. I think we need to find the appropriate resources to make that happen. Yeah, and it might mean a number of different financing
Okay.
strategies.
And I read in the report that to do all of these things, you need about $55 million, but the Measure I only gives you about $9 million. Is that correct?
So the 9 million is for Measure I, and then the 55 actually was 2025 dollars that projected for Northwest.
I see. Okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other council questions? Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Thank you for the report. Definitely, it's really robust. The one thing I would say, as far as we look at funding strategies, just making sure that if we haven't reached out to other entities, and I think it's mentioned here as far as philanthropy, but maybe looking at, have we looked at maybe housing, if Intel makes many changes to their building, maybe housing a part of their history in one of our libraries and having them fund the rest of the library or something, but just maybe finding partners like that, or NVIDIA, who, you know, even though they don't seem to be an old company, but definitely they have a couple decades under their belt where they can, you know, have showcase some of their technology, but also help us fund some of the work there. I know that Kylie had mentioned in the past, as far as having a part of their first floor being a daycare or some public educational aspect. I'm not sure if they'd be willing to work with us as far as maybe having a public library and maybe a cafe or something in that library. I think most of the Barnes and Nobles that I've been to that are still open usually have a coffee shop inside, and maybe, you know, we can have that model, and they can serve residents not only by that educational piece, but also their caffeine requirement for the day. But just some ideas, and maybe if we've done that already or not. Thank you.
I think that's it, Patty, for the questions.
All right, great. I'm happy to address them. In terms of the information hub for the city and digital literacy, definitely one of the things I do want to remind council is that we actually have more than 50 PCs available at Central Park, but actually we have PCs available at all of our locations. We have a tech lab where we have at least 7 staff kind of dedicated to really making sure that everyone has a good, comfortable experience. We actually share, we provide the technical support for the senior center and their technology lab that they have there. So, and of course, you know, Cody does a really good job when he's out on the bookmobile trying to keep people connected with devices too. So, so that's still very much, the digital divide hasn't really gone away. We still have quite a few people who don't have anything. And so we need to make sure that we also instruct them on vetting information, on being safe online. That's actually a regular part of our training, both in youth services as well as in the tech area and amongst our adult services. When we have tech petting zoos and, you know, we introduce some of our adults and children to the devices, we actually always maintain how they can be safe online. You know, inappropriate questions that people might ask, and you know how to really just turn it off, and that it's not always the go-to place for everything, right? In terms of you know, community rooms, I've already addressed that, but we are very, you know, Measure I is going to help us be able to do that. Northside right away, but if we get that bathroom at Mission, we can actually open that community room after hours and no staff have to be there. So that's actually a really big plus. Same thing goes for Central Park. So Measure I will be a big lifesaver for that effort. In terms of homelessness services, we are very much aware that our community is best served from a wide range of resources, us bringing them all together. And actually, the group trust that is on the 988 side of the line, they actually already come to Northside regularly and to Mission, and in addition to Central Park. So we have regular people coming through and supporting all of our community. And actually, what's also happening is that some of our nonprofits are coming to the library to get support for homelessness resources that they wouldn't necessarily have. So we're very aware of that. And as we can expand, we will, definitely. Let's see. We are adding more things to the Library of Things all the time. We got a very nice grant from an anonymous donor you know, to really kick that off. And we're adding things more all the time. So we're embellishing our seed library. We're doing a lot of things that the community actually really desires. And we're keeping close tabs on that so we can improve our services. In terms of fundraising and specifically reaching out to groups, Sutter Health has shown an interest in working with us on a number of things, including perhaps future library services. So we're very happy about that. And if you know of anyone that we should talk to, we'd be happy to make that happen. And that could be one of the things that we showcase in the history of the city, which we do have a lot of information on and continue to develop. I think that I took care of most of the questions.
Thank you. I see we have a number of members of the public that would like to speak, and maybe there might be some questions that arise from that. So we're going to start with Jonathan, if you'd like to come forward. Welcome.
Hello. Okay. Mayor and Council, my name is Jonathan Evans, and I'm the current chair of the Board of Library Trustees, though tonight my comments are my own. The library strategic plan and the master plan are the culmination of multiple years of work between the Board of Library Trustees, the library staff, and the community. These documents set forth a vision for the Santa Clara Library going forward, and I want to thank everyone who worked on these documents for all the effort they put into them, and I'm excited that both of these are before you today for approval. Despite all the hard work, though, there's part of the facilities master plan that I can't fully endorse, and that's the suggested floor plan changes to the Mission Library. While I agree with all of the report's recommendations around what the library actually needs, including outside access to the community room, because that's sorely lacking today, the way that it's currently in the plan on the end kind of messes up some of the mid-century modern architecture of the library, and additionally blocks the nice open windows that give you sunlight into the community room. So while I know the HLC also, I think, was consulted during the process, I don't think they actually have reviewed the effects of the proposed floor plan changes on the building itself. Anyway, I understand the expediency of why that was chosen from the design standpoint, but I am really just kind of worried that, like similar to some of the development proposals we have, that we'll be stuck with this early look once we go forward. So as long as it's prescriptive and we have it as a reference, I really want to make sure that when we come to doing the remodel, we figure out how to get the facilities we need without necessarily kind of destroying the history of Santa Clara's first library that was standalone. But with that, I want to thank you for your time and really thank everybody again for all the hard work. I think this is a well-needed set of programs, and I can't wait till we get this done, and I'm looking forward to it. So thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Anyone else here in the chambers want to speak? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go online. We have Betsy. Go ahead, Betsy.
Good evening, Betsy Magus, speaking tonight for myself. Please support this plan. Libraries have not grown less relevant, but they have transformed, and I think maybe they have a harder time these days making the case that they're relevant. Please fund this plan. One way to serve more people in the same physical footprint is to open the library for more hours. I remember when the libraries in our city had hours until 9 p.m. a couple of nights a week. I'm glad to see support on the council for the Library of Things. Think of the Library of Things and the Tool Library and the Makerspace as conservation opportunities. Repairing things and replacing rather than replacing them is a form of conservation. I would hope to see Silicon Valley Power support and expand the conservation tools that are already offered, as well as offering sort of a try before you buy things like electric leaf blowers and induction burners. And I would also like to see Silicon Valley Power offer some conservation-related programming. The library is a great place to make that kind of connection with the community for the other city departments. I'd like to see some bike fixing days and some repair cafes too. Let me know when we need volunteers for bike fixing and I'll round them up. I fully approve of making the literacy program more visible and more accessible and giving it a real home now that it's not still in the mission branch. But please remember that while the services need to be visible, the one-on-one tutoring itself may need to be confidential or at least discreet. It's a big step sometimes for an adult to ask for help with literacy. And just finally, thank you to everyone who worked on this plan and who gave input. Patty Wong is at least the 4th city librarian I've worked with in the city, and I think she's doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. Next, we have Linda. Go ahead, Linda.
Yes. I want to just say thank you to the library very much. I took my kids there when they were young. They looked forward to it. And when we were on a big trip, they asked for us to stop at a library to decompress. And they loved it. The other thing is, for me, as an oldster now, there's a lot of tech that I don't get. And every time that I've walked into the library, where they have all the tech help and computers, and when I've asked a decent question, they've been able to say, oh, you do this, or you do that, or you do this, whatever. And I don't know that that's in their job description, but they have been so helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Do we have any other comments from the public? I don't see any, so now it's time for council comments and motion. Councilmember Hardy.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the updated draft library strategic plan and library facilities master plan in substantially the forms presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Vice Mayor Gonzalez. Thank you so much for the presentation. This is really, you've done a remarkable job. And the fact that you've outreached to our public through our library commission and others, it's really, you've done a great job involving the community in this. So I think it's a plan worthy of support. So we have is there any final comments you want to make?
No, I just wanted to say thank you all. appreciate it, with
Thank
great
you, and
appreciation.
thank you to the Library Commission as well. So we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And, I want to say that Councilmember Chahal is, I was going to say he's no longer with us, but that doesn't sound good. So he's no longer on the line.
That's correct.
Right? Okay.
He has left the meeting.
He has left the meeting.
Yes,
Okay.
and you may now proceed using your devices to make this vote.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
You may use your devices for
Oh, we
the
can
vote.
use our devices now. Okay, please register your vote at the appropriate time. Please register your vote. Everyone, and that passes 5-0 of those present. Congratulations. Thank you, Patty, and thank you, everyone, for coming. All right, next item we have is, just moving on down, okay. Review and approve the Senior Advisory Commission and Youth Commission annual work plans for fiscal year 25-26 and discuss potential joint dinners or special annual events between the council and boards, commissions, and committees. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, this is our second review of annual work plans. You may recall the first set we brought before you. We also talked about how we meet with our board and commissions on an annual basis. So this report includes 3 options for you to discuss. You may have seen in your staff report, there were a few links to cities that have annual recognition dinners, and so we just wanted to provide you with a flavor of communities that do that. And so tonight, Assistant City Manager Araceli Azevedo is here to provide the presentation, and then we will support whatever decision you make going forward.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you this evening is the approval of the 2 remaining commission work plans and discussion of options related to the City Council engagement with the city's board, commission, and committees. As background, prior to 2020, joint dinners were scheduled between the City Council and each board, committee, and commission, or BCCs. A total of 9 dinners would be scheduled annually and were held at 5 or 5:30 p.m. on the same day of a regular council meeting. During these dinners, the council and BCCs engaged in discussions about their priorities and accomplishment over the past year. From 2020 to 2023, the dinners were paused due to COVID. In fiscal year 2023-2024, the joint dinners reconvened with only 7 of the 9 BCC dinners scheduled. Due to scheduling conflicts, unfortunately, we were not able to reschedule the Civil Service Commission dinner or the Parks and Recreation Commission dinner. In fiscal year 24-25, unfortunately, no dinners were scheduled. In August 2025, the city manager informed the City Council that we would be shifting to a new process, which includes having each BCC develop a work plan that would be brought forward before the City Council for approval, and that we would replace the individual dinners with one annual recognition appreciation dinner to honor the service and contributions of the BCC members. During the summer, BCC representatives would also be given an opportunity to highlight key accomplishments over the past year. In November, the City Council approved 7 of the 9 BCC work plans. At that time, the Senior Advisory Commission and Youth Commission plans were not ready. As you may recall, the Senior Advisory Commission had 5 members resign over a 4-month period, and 4 members were appointed in June 2025. The commission needed some additional time to stabilize and develop its work plan. The Youth Commission has a term that aligns with the academic school year, and additional time was needed to prepare that work plan as well. In addition, staff noted that the annual recognition appreciation dinner would replace the individual dinners that were previously held. Some council members expressed an interest in reinstating the joint dinners and requested that the item be brought back for further discussion and options be provided for consideration. We are pleased to report that the 2 remaining commission work plans have been completed and are now ready for your review and approval. With approval of these 2, all 9 BCC work plans would be completed for this fiscal year. On the item of engagement with the BCCs, staff identified 3 potential options for City Council consideration. Option A would be to reestablish the joint dinners that are held with each BCC. Option B would be to hold 2 annual events with all the BCCs at the same time. And option C would be to host 1 annual recognition dinner with all the BCCs. And I'll go over each option on the next 3 slides. Option A includes reestablishing the joint dinners between the City Council and each BCC. That would include 9 annual dinners each year. Separately, outgoing members would be recognized at a council meeting in August. Dinners would be scheduled during a City Council day starting at 5 or 5:30 p.m. If there are closed session items, we just want to advise you that we would potentially have to schedule the closed session at 4 p.m. Otherwise, we would have to schedule a special meeting for the closed session. Option B includes 2 annual special events during the year for all the BCCs. At mid-year, the session would be focused on the progress of the work plan for each BCC. At year-end, the BCCs can discuss their accomplishments and recognition could be given to the members for their service. Scheduling 2 events versus 9 dinners reduces scheduling conflicts and preparation. Option C includes 1 annual recognition dinner for all BCC members. It would be scheduled outside of a regular council meeting, so it would be a special meeting. BCC representatives would be given an opportunity to provide their work plan highlights and achievements over the past year, and the members would be recognized for their service. Service awards would be presented during that time. We did do some benchmarking, and we included in the council report the first 4, and we included a link that provided the annual recognition dinner that they hosted. In addition, we wanted to look at some local Bay Area agencies, so we looked at San Jose, Milpitas, Mountain View, and Sunnyvale, and what we found is that they hold, 2 of the 4 hold an annual recognition dinner. The city of San Jose suspended or paused their recognition dinner due to COVID, and they haven't reconvened that. The city of Sunnyvale doesn't have a special dinner or event for the BCCs. What they do is, as part of the State of the City program, they do recognize the commissioners at that time. So the recommendation before you today is to approve the 2 remaining commission work plans, which is for the Senior Advisory Commission and the Youth Commission, and provide direction to staff on the preferred approach for future council BCC engagement. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
I just have a first, I guess it's a question/comment to begin with, because it seems like we're talking about 2 things. One is a recognition dinner. I get that. We should have recognition for our boards and commissions. But the reason for the dinner in the first place was to hear directly from the boards on their work plans and what they were doing, and let them present to us directly and let us ask questions. So to me, those are 2 different things. So maybe when there'll be more questions, you can explain why you're putting the 2 together, because to me, they're separate. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. About 1.5 years ago, I talked the Youth Commission into going up and taking that free tour at the purified water site on Zanker. And they thanked me for that, and I talked to them about doing that again this year. And my thought is both the Senior Commission and the Youth Commission, because they're general and do not have a specific thing that they're in charge of, that might be a really good opportunity for them to see a facility and how that ties into a lot of what we do here in the city. I too looked at the joint dinners. I liked them in a lot of ways, but we were also always the timing was difficult because we're trying to eat and each trying to talk, and the council was trying to hear from the different commissioners what they had done, and that's where I struggled. But when I saw the established 2 annual special events, or 1, my question was, where would we host those? because I think the idea would help me to understand which would be the better choice. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
Okay. I really enjoyed those dinners. It was a way to hear from the commissioners. You know, they don't get paid for what they do. They're volunteering time. I think they felt like they were being heard at those dinners. I know we had 41 council meetings last year in 2025, so I understand that it places a burden on staff and council to do more events, but I really enjoyed those. I learned a lot about what the commissions do. You know, we get the minutes, but the minutes that we get are action minutes. They don't really reflect, we don't really understand what the commissioners want. So I'm torn here. I guess I'm curious as to why we included places in Allen, Texas and Beaverton, Oregon in our benchmarking. Edmond, Oklahoma was just odd to me. But it seems like we were the only ones doing these dinners. It's not typical, but I just think that I appreciated hearing from the commissioners, and I think they appreciated being heard. So I'm an advocate of probably B at this point.
Councilmember Cox.
So, yeah, I agree. I'm looking at this as two independent things. For the work plan goals, I want to know how we ensure that the work plans are attached to our priority setting that we do as a council, and that collectively anything happening in the city is kind of working in tandem to the same set of priorities. If there's like staff oversight on making sure those attach. I would hate to go into like an hour of party planning right now about these options and get into the weeds. I know staff can do that. I think that it's better for me, because I wasn't participating in these, to understand, are we really trying to make this about recognition and recognizing the effort, or a report out? And I think that based on that intention, you're going to get a better report out and more questions if you do a joint dinner with each group independently. But I think that you have a lot more opportunity to recognize and reward people if you do one big event, and allow everybody to do kind of a real brief thing. So that's a comment about that asks really what is our intention in doing this.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is new to me either way, any of the three different ways that we do it. But my question was, have we asked maybe the commissioners, committees, and boards what they would desire best, and maybe even ask staff as far as those who were around in the past to see what worked best and what didn't. I understand it's going to be work either way, right? But what worked best, and what would seem to work best with council as far as time and getting everybody there from the two different parts of the organization?
That's it for the questions.
Okay. Mayor, why don't I start off with just providing a little overview on why we're here, and hopefully try and articulate why these two items are linked. As mentioned before, in 24, we started reinstating the joint dinners. And really those dinners were really about three things. They were the council hearing from the commissioners on what they have been doing, 2, the council members hearing from commissioners on things that they would like to do. You heard a lot of frustrations with some of the work plans that were developed. You heard from committees that said, hey, we don't develop work plans. I'd really like us to have a more formalized process. And then 3, it was about networking and collaboration. What I would say about the networking and collaboration, sort of working backward, there was actually, I think Councilmember Hardy said it, there was never enough time, right? By the time we went around the table and heard from the committee members and the council, we were almost shutting it down because we were butting up against the 7 o'clock meeting. In regard to the other 2 items, what they had worked on and the concerns, frustrations, or lack of a work plan, that's actually where most of the conversation was centered in my memory. And so really from that first go around in 2014, what came out of that was an initiative that we launched where staff worked with each and every board and commission on a work plan. And that work plan was led by the commission, but it was also informed by staff based on the workload that staff could get done, right? We heard that a lot during those dinners of the tension between what the commissioner wanted and staff saying, hey, we don't have the capacity, the time, or the money, right? And so I almost think the unsung success that we went through over, I think, about a year and a half is working with every commission on a very, very collaborative work plan that has come to you with, almost no controversy, right? I would actually say no controversy. Staff and the boards and commissions have collaborated, and there's an alignment there, and then they're bringing them to you for concurrence, which was the other thing that we talked about at those dinners, was that council really never approved or even had knowledge, if they didn't read the minutes, on what the commissions were doing. And so we went through this process to develop work plans, and part of that was bringing them to you. As we looked at a staff level on, okay, well, we've had some challenges with reinstating the dinners. We knew that it was unique to Santa Clara. We wanted to find other examples of how other cities did it. So we looked at some of our neighboring cities. And then one of the reasons why you have the examples from across the country is we were actually looking for cities that talk about it. Frankly, a lot of cities do it, but they don't talk about it. I helped with some of that online research. You actually don't find a lot on their website where they're posting about it. And so we just wanted to provide you with some examples of how communities articulate outwardly about the benefit of the annual dinners. And then the first time we brought you those work plans, I think we naively suggested that we would try the annual process, and what we heard from council is, wait, we want to talk about this a little bit more. We really like those dinners, right? And so we're here with the conclusion of the work plans that have been developed in a very collaborative effort, but then also engaging council in a discussion on how would you like to hear from your board and commissioners in the future, knowing that I think we've wrestled down one of the largest sort of bones of contention at those prior dinners was the work plan, non-alignment between staff and what the committees were doing. And so that's why the 2 are linked, but I understand how there's also a desire to both hear from commissioners in a process and then also have a recognition. Can be separate, but we're here tonight to talk a little bit about the options.
So the additional questions, where would it be hosted? So we would look at other city facilities. For example, the Triton Museum could be an option, the Convention Center. So those are just 2 that come that I can think of. The other question is, have we asked the commissions what worked best for them? So we have not done that outreach. We were trying to come up with a process that could potentially work, would be more seamless. It has been a challenge to schedule some of these sessions, conflicts with council and also conflicts with some of the BCCs. That's why we didn't have 2 of them in one of the fiscal year, because of scheduling conflicts. And the other question is, how are the work plans attached to the priorities or council priorities? So we would look at the work plans and make sure that we include that as part of the delivery of the status of the council priorities. So that would be included as part of that. And I believe I answered all your questions.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the public now, and then we can come back to council comments. Linda, go ahead, Linda.
Aaron, liked very much the idea of going back to the water treatment plant. I would also like to see the trash, because we have not looked at it for a long time. And I wasn't happy in the first place, but I would like to be happy now about the way that we do the trash. It's totally off topic. Sorry about that.
I'm like, okay. Anything else, Linda?
Nope, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm tired. Good night.
You gave us a nice smile. We needed that. Thank you so much. All right, do we have anybody else? No. I'm just going to say that I talked to a lot of our commissioners, and they like the dinners. They like the connection between the commissions and the council. That was their opportunity to see us all face to face and to talk about their concerns, their goals, whatever they wanted to talk about. We let them determine what they want to talk about. What I'm hearing from them now is that it's more staff-driven now. The staff is giving them strong direction on what they should and shouldn't be doing, and they feel very disconnected from us. And I think if we went back to the dinners, and I know it's difficult, and I really don't care what other communities are doing. I'm glad this is unique to Santa Clara because we are a unique city. And so I, as a former 10-year Parks and Recreation Commissioner, I do remember when the City Council wasn't listening to us, didn't care what we had to say, and it was very frustrating. And that's why you see a lot of lack of participation from our commissioners at our meetings or anything we're doing, because they feel like we're not even listening to them and we don't care. And I've heard from many. So I don't know why we didn't ask them what they want. I think that was a very good suggestion, Council Member Vice Mayor Gonzalez. We should have asked them, what do they want? I can probably imagine that they'd want direct contact with the City Council. And looking at their, goals on a piece. These are people that are doing a service for us. Many of us were commissioners. You know the time and effort it takes to be a commissioner. And to be able to, feel appreciated by the City Council, to be able to think that your council's listening to you, I think that's really important. And we should have both. We should have the dinners and an annual appreciation event. We should do both. That's the least we can do for our commissioners, but I'm all for bringing the dinners back. And yeah, I know it's hard, but we do hard things in the city. We can figure it out. We can just come earlier as a city council and have our dinners and allocate a little more time. But they like it because they have an opportunity to communicate with us. This way, we never see them unless they're at an event. When we invited them to our flag raising event in front of the stadium, they were so happy, the commissioners finally got to do something, to see us, to talk to us. We don't do enough of that, so I'm all for the dinners. Any other council comments? Oh, we have another public member, Lance. Go ahead, Lance. Hello, Lance.
Yes, I have to go through a few steps to get the unmute. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I just wanted to chime in. I think this is an actual time I can be representing myself as a as a commissioner instead of as an individual, as I am on the Planning Commission. I suspect that our city manager was attempting to improve the situation, but missed the idea of the meetings that we have in the dinners. It's a form of communication that we have no other opportunity to do. Having the minutes is a wonderful idea, and it gives you a sense of what the meetings were about, but it tends to filter them through the eyes of staff without any way to directly communicate the passion or the interest of what we as commissioners have spoken about during the meeting. And the ability to talk to you during the dinners is a way to short circuit the communication filter and get ideas and attitudes expressed directly. I really, really do hope that you will reinstate those. The recognition is wonderful. Everybody loves recognition, but that's not the point of what we're doing. We're trying to improve the city. We're trying to make things better for all residents. And one way to do that is to get the attitudes and opinions of the residents more directly communicated to the council rather than interpreted through a few lines in a minutes. That's it. I really just wanted to make sure you realize that we like the dinners, not for the dinners. Pizza's not the greatest dinner, but it was an opportunity to get our opinions and our attitudes conveyed directly. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance. Council? Hello? Anyone? Vice Mayor Gonzalez?
So I'll make a motion to review, well, we've reviewed it, but approve the Senior Advisory Committee and the Youth Commission, and to give direction to for option A, to reinstate the dinners in some form.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Gonzalez, second by Councilmember Jane. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I was prepared to make a motion also, very similar, but mostly I was just curious about the cost and if we had the budget for this.
We did have a $41 million surplus, so maybe we can buy a couple of pizzas. City Manager?
We have budget for the dinners or the recognition or the biannual. In fact, when staff did a little analysis, if we totaled up what we spent on the individual dinners, we actually did not need additional money for the annual recognition. I think if there's a desire to do both, we need to make some adjustments, but certainly that could happen, and I totally agree with the recognition is a very beneficial thing.
So if I understand the motion, then it's for both the dinners with the commissions and once-a-year recognition. Is that correct?
I didn't add that to the motion, but we can add that. Yeah. Okay.
That's good.
Yeah. What about my second?
Second, okay with the second?
Second is fine.
Adding the recognition? All right, very good. Councilmember Cox?
Doesn't have to be before the vote, but I would love clarity on if council now has any direction on scheduling them. I do know that there was a suggestion of doing it earlier. We have had some challenges with council calendars, so would council like a special day for these, or would you really still want them before your meeting?
Well, we used to have them once a month, so we have 2 meetings a month, having one of the meetings be for the dinner, but we need to come early to do, if we have closed session, we need to do it before the dinner. So we're going to have to come early. Those of us, that can, we're going to have to come at 4 o'clock. And then dinner's at 5:30 or whatever,
Sure.
if we need less time for
Absolutely,
the
but
closed session.
just
But
want to make sure because.
If we are at 5:30 for the dinner, and then we have a 7 o'clock council meeting, that gives us,
Yeah, no, totally. As long as the majority of council is okay,
Yep.
because
just
staff
come
will
early.
take that direction and schedule earlier meetings. I know that has had conflict on individual council members' calendar, which is why I wanted to get clarity and at least concurrence from the majority, because staff will follow through.
thank you. Councilmember Cox?
Just want clarification. Is the size of each board, committee, and commission the same? No? And so we would be servicing a different sized group. I don't know, in light of the scheduling conflict, if there would be any desire to double up commissions that have like priorities. I don't want to throw in a, no?
No.
They're all different, and
They're all
they're
so
different
different, yeah.
sizes.
Well, I don't mean that
Get
they
offended.
would be talking about this. Oh, you think they would be offended?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so 1 for all, 9, but they are different sizes.
Yes.
They're either 5 or 7 members, right? Correct. It's either 5 or 7. right? Correct? Oh, the Youth Commission is much larger.
Right, yeah.
12. There's 12 on the Youth Commission. Yeah. All right, anybody else? All right, City Clerk, do you have the motion by Vice Mayor Gonzalez, second by Councilmember Jane? And you have that for reinstating the dinners, a recognition event,
Yes,
and the approval of the Senior Advisory Commission and Youth Commission annual work plans.
that's correct. Approval of Senior Advisory and Youth Commission work plans, reinstate joint dinners, and include an annual recognition.
That would be it. Please register your vote. And that passes 6-0 with one absent. Thank you. All right, our last item this evening is item number 6, staff request for City Council direction on the 250th anniversary 4th of July community celebration. City Manager.
All right. We have a big year that we're in the middle of, and certainly this 4th of July will be an amazing celebration, not just here, but across the country. So we've talked about this before with regard to our Central Park construction project, and that if our 4th of July event occurs at Central Park, there will be constraints. Also, as council knows, for the last 2 years, we have had our 4th of July event at Mission College. There's been a desire to bring that back to Central Park. So we're here tonight with this item, and there are 3 distinct options and a 4th also as well. Council can provide other direction. So we'll just walk you through step by step the options, the implications. As we know, time is approaching fast, and we do need a final decision, not necessarily tonight. If you can give it tonight, that's great. But we will need to, by early March, know exactly what we're doing so that staff can undertake all the appropriate planning. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kim Castro, our Recreation Superintendent. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. I'm Kim Castro, your Recreation Manager. It's my pleasure to be with you this evening to provide these options to you and seek your direction on how to celebrate the 250th year of the independence of the United States for a community-wide celebration. So you recognize this picture in our beautiful Central Park, and historically, Santa Clara has sponsored the All-City Picnic fireworks extravaganza in Central Park for the 4th of July. And you'll remember in 2021, 2022, the city was in a budget deficit, and many of our resources were cut at that time. One of those included our fireworks component of the 4th of July celebration. So therefore, in 2022 and 2023, the 4th of July celebration was celebrated as an all-city picnic during the day in Central Park. It had food trucks and children's activities and entertainment, and included our flag-raising ceremony and some of our traditional components that we often have had for the city. And then in 2024, the council and the city really wanted to have fireworks back again. The park was undergoing construction for Magical Bridge. There was safety concerns at Central Park. We were also in a staffing deficit at the time. And so it was sought to celebrate 4th of July in conjunction with Mission College. And so that collaboration proved to be successful in 2024 and therefore came back in 2025. The partnership with Mission College really afforded the community use of their campus facilities, available staffing, free public parking, access to event facilities, and campus security. In addition, that location enabled a partnership with Great America to share fireworks costs and deliver an enhanced firework display to benefit the rest of the community. And when we brought the 2025 option to council, there was a really desire at that time to figure out how to get back to Central Park for 2026, which led us here tonight. That was reinforced to staff in December when we brought to you the Central Park entrance project and also the ISC project, and we were directed at that time to do a community survey to figure out what the community really wanted to see at a 4th of July celebration. So we were able to develop and launch a survey in January. We got 424 responses and a quick turnaround, and we'll give you a little summary of those responses in this presentation. And as the city manager reminded us, we do have some quite large projects happening in Central Park. I took a walk in the rain today and noted that the fences have gone up for the Central Park entrance project. And that's going to be quite an endeavor the next few weeks. We also have the ISC project starting quite shortly. And as we move through these projects, we'll need to be able to navigate around them, and it might look a little bit different than it has in the past. So there are some significant site constraints. There's heightened public concerns, safety concerns around large crowds and special events that would mitigate further traffic control and also safety check-ins like we did at mission screening. I'm going to give you a few images of what those projects might look like. So here is the ISC. The red line around this project indicates where the construction fencing would be. And so you'll see that it might go along the pathways and really extend beyond where the actual footprint of the ISC is, just to be able to do that work. And we expect that project to start next month. We have a mobilization meeting actually on the ground tomorrow. And then we have our beloved entrance project at Central Park. This is really going to be an exciting project, but a really big one. And as I mentioned, the fences started to be installed yesterday and really were fully in effect today. And this will be broken up into two phases. The first phase, phase one, will include the pavilion parking lot, all the pathways to the ISC where Food Alley is, and then the pathways around the pavilion, and then the pathways to Magical Bridge. The contractor anticipates being able to conclude phase one before 4th of July. However, the pavilion parking lot would still be in play because they anticipate that being used for their laydown through the duration of the project. It's anticipated that then after 4th of July, they would pick up the phase two side, which is basically from the fitness equipment at Magical Bridge all the way through the meadow. The basketball court, and the Veterans Memorial would be closed off to the public while the construction is going on. And that would later affect other events. We'd have to move them to the other side of the park until the full project is completed in 2027. And then we have our neighboring Central Park school site. Our last time we had fireworks at Central Park, this fence didn't exist. And since then, the Central Park school site has a fence that goes right at the Community Recreation Center parking lot and encircles their school on Kiley Boulevard and all the way around the campus. And so this would be, this field was a major viewing area for 2019 and historical location for fireworks. And so this would need to be a consideration, and that site would need to be worked on to gain access, public access to fireworks viewing and to be able to handle the anticipated crowd for an event. So a little bit of no surprise, the survey yielded what we thought it would, but that our respondents really would love to see a event come back to Central Park with evening and fireworks. Again, roughly about 2 weeks. A survey was out the beginning of January. We circulated flyers in the neighborhood behind Central Park. We also advertised the survey was available through our online channels and communication channels. And then in your report, the the full survey resource are there and the actual questions, so you can see those. They also provided a lot of their own comments. So there's a few pages of comments there where you can see some of the things that were really endearing to our respondents and really helped inform these options before you. Most of the respondents did live in the 5051 and 5050 zip codes, so had really been to both it looks like most of them had been to both events, although the majority, over 400 people, had really been to the event at Central Park, and a little bit over 100 had been to the event at Mission College. But we can assume that the majority of them really had been to the events at both locations. So 71% of the survey respondents did prefer an evening event with entertainment and fireworks. 29% preferred a family picnic with entertainment and activities, but again, at Central Park. And 39% of survey respondents, we also asked about how long would the duration of the event be. So most of them about, 2 to 3 hours and 3 to 4 hours, and that the event should include entertainment and fireworks. And 56% of the survey responded rated Central Park as the most important factor when attending the 4th of July event. So that really helped us shape what we would do for our options for consideration tonight. So we have 3 options for you. Would be 1, host the 250th anniversary 4th of July community celebration at Central Park as an evening event, inclusive of entertainment and fireworks. Option 2, host the 250th anniversary 4th of July community celebration at Central Park as a daytime event, inclusive of artists and vendors, family traditional activities, food and entertainment. Option 3, host the 250th anniversary 4th of July community celebration in partnership with Mission College and California's Great America, inclusive of entertainment and fireworks. And of course, in your staff report, there's option 4. Council can direct staff of an alternative event if you choose to do so. The direction that is provided to us tonight will allow us to dive into planning to make sure that the event is a success for our community, to celebrate with pride and enjoy our community together. I'll go into a little bit more detail about what the options could look like and give you a map of the site and the laydown so that you understand that as well. So an evening event in Central Park would include perhaps DJs, high-energy dance bands, our welcome and flags raising ceremony, entertainment by the community with food and family-friendly activities. It could include food trucks and cook-on-site vendors, and could conclude with a 15 to 18-minute fireworks show as a 5-hour event. We have heard from the Santa Clara Vanguard. They're interested in performing. They did so in 2019, and then they did so in 2024. So they're interested in coming back and joining us for a short concert wherever we land. Live entertainment and bands would happen throughout the event. And again, as we saw the survey going out and saw what the results were looking, we prepared an RFP for fireworks and pyrotechnic vendor, and that was released January 30th to 12 vendors. And immediately we heard back from 3 that they are unable to provide a bid back to us. One of those vendors was our former vendor, and they're currently operating the fireworks at Great America, and unable to have a certified operator, so they will not be bidding. So there's also a concern. They have told us that shipment for product this late in the game is really difficult with shipment for pyrotechnics to the United States. And so although that bid is not due back to us until February 27th, we're still hopeful that we'll be able to find and secure a vendor. Option 1 is estimated at $1,000, and there's detailed cost available in your report for that. This is a site map of what option 1 could look like because of the construction and the fallout zone. So the hash marks indicate the fallout zone. We would have to shoot fireworks from Fort Joe Field, so that would be unavailable for public circulation, as well as Patricia Drive would have to be closed off for circulation, and then the ISC project would be protected. The circulation of viewing would take over Kiley Boulevard and the rest of the park, and this would include and make the assumption that we could work out a deal with Santa Clara Unified School District for use of Central Park School, open up fences, and have access from Kiley Boulevard and also from the parking lot. Both parking lots of Central Park would be closed for parking because one would be a construction laydown and then the other one would have to be used for program space to be able to accommodate the growing crowds. There would also need to be security and a perimeter fence put up around the site, similar to what we saw at Mission College. Okay, so then I want to get to option 2, sorry. This is our daytime event at Central Park. This would include a cook on site, food trucks, live entertainment, artists and vendors, traditional family activities, and a flag raising ceremony and the like. This option proposes less cumbersome logistics. It provides a meaningful 4th of July celebration similar to 2022 and 2023, which was gaining traction at the time. This is the most economical cost option of the 3, and it comes in estimating at $121,300 for supplies and materials and activities. This is a different type of site map, and what we could use is the pavilion side of the park. Include Fort Joe Field for the event activities. If you were at the Silicon Valley barbecue or Kansas City barbecue that we used to have in Central Park, this was handled in Fort Joe Field, and it was able to accommodate a lot of great people and have a wonderful celebration. So we would use from the creek to Patricia Drive side of the park and not use the Kiley side of the park for a daytime event. This would not restrict the neighborhood. It would not include using Central Park school site. And allow for, we'd still have to use perimeter fencing and security checkpoints, but it would not be as cumbersome logistically as a challenge as option 1. And then option 3 is the anniversary in celebration of a partnership with Mission College and California's Great America. As you know, we hosted this event in 24 and 25. This event is inclusive of entertainment, a fireworks display. Mission College proved to be, and California Great America proved to be great partners in 24 and 25. They're on hold in case we want to come back to them again, pending your direction. This event did struggle in 2024 with egress and ingress, and it was mitigated a little bit better in 2025. Their site is modern, it's ADA accessible, it does include 2,000 parking spaces, and does provide access for our residents on the north side. So it has a lot of the infrastructure needed for the event, 2 stages, great power options, sound, consolidated staffing resources, makes it a cost-effective event. And would not impact the construction happening at Central Park. And this comes in at an estimate of $154,000. You'll remember that the activities and the events at Mission College, one of the things we heard that we should enhance, we needed more food vendors and we needed more family-friendly activities if we were to go back there. So if this was the option you chose, we would definitely look at those, enhancing those areas and be able to deliver an inclusive event here that meets those goals. Just to recap the options and the fiscal impact of all three. So option one, our evening event at Central Park, comes in at $254,100. Option two, daytime event at Central Park, no fireworks, at $121,300. Option three comes in at $154,000 at Mission College with fireworks shared by Great America. We did a little bit of staff financial analysis on what it was the available funding, and we do have $66,000 already booked for the event, but we do anticipate a $75,000 sponsorship from Silicon Valley Power and $5,000 coming from Santa Clara County for a pyrotechnical protection grant that they issue every year. So that gets us up to $146,000. So for option one, there's still a funding gap of $108,000. And there's sufficient funding for option two. Option three has a funding gap of $8,000. We would like to come back to you, depending on what option you provide to us. If there is necessary budget amendments, we do that through the monthly financial report, and we can move forward with the event that you choose. So the action for consideration, it's recommended that the City Council determine that any of the proposed options is categorically exempt under CEQA as a Class 323 exemption, and direct staff to proceed with one of the 4th of July event options and return to council with any necessary budget actions to implement that recommended option. And that concludes our report, and we're here for questions.
Thank you, Kim. We appreciate that. I just want to remind the council, we can make up our own option as well. So Councilmember Hardy, we're going to start with our questions and comments.
Thank you. I read through this very carefully. Obviously, having our own fireworks is more expensive. We know that. I was listening very carefully about the security, and it sounded like you still wanted to have a protected area where people would have to come through a security of some point. Even if we had this at Central Park, I was worried about that, why we would have that if we were just having the fireworks. Why would someone want to get in there closer if there were lines or things like, because you can see it pretty well from just outside of there. I will say with the ISC, I happen to have one of my former students, his dad was the director the first time in, it was 25 years ago, for our sesquicentennial. And he said that they did not tell him, and he did not cover the pool, and it caused a lot of problems in the filtering. So if we're in the middle of construction, obviously we would, I don't know where that would be. It's just an observation of what we didn't think through the first time. I have real concerns about the access to that school field, because that's where a lot of people sat when we had it in Central Park. And I was also listening to the parking numbers. So you were saying 2,000 parking spaces at Mission College. And I do know the first time we did it, we had trouble getting, and they were overwhelmed. In fact, they told me the parking crew had never seen anything like this, even during a 49ers game. So they were overwhelmed. The next year went much, much, much better. and I did time it. I think it was 3 to 4 times faster getting people out. So I would say, knowing our residents and how much we like to gather, it was a little frustrating to see an option 1 and option 2 and separate those. I understand why you were doing that. And it did open up one of the fields if we aren't going to have our own fireworks. But in the past, when we've done this at Central Park, it was 1 and 2 together. Just a comment. So I didn't know what the full cost would be if we put that together. Also, there are more security concerns if we do it at Central Park as opposed to Mission College. But I was told that Mission College, there were fields where we could have fireworks, because that, when I read through those and remembered, that was probably the biggest frustration, was the fireworks are clear over at Great America, and that's a ways away. I guess my question is it possible, if we dug up the money somewhere, to have the fireworks right there, just to the west of campus on their bigger fields? I didn't see that as an option that was called out. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cox.
Why doesn't this like me? I actually just had a few questions about the detailed budget that was in the staff report. And if you went over these things, I'm super sorry. We do pay $25,000 to Great America when we've used Mission. Can you help me understand what that's for? And might be parking or something, and I'm sorry if I missed it. And then there's a supply discrepancy. The event supplies for option 1 would cost roughly $20,000. There's no event supply budget needed for option 2, and there's a $10,000 event supply budget for the Mission College option. So I wanted to know the difference between those numbers. And then you said that staff looked for available budget for this. So I'm wondering, within the general fund where that budget resides right now for the $66,000, and for any of the overages that we would need, what budget that's coming from. And then I wondered if, in consideration of this being the 250th year, there was always going to be plans for a larger celebration, or are we looking at this just at the same scale as any other year right now?
Any other questions from the council? Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, as far as, I know that the July 1st is going to be the last FIFA game at the stadium. Does that impact our staff or timing, or in any negative way where it may be easier to do it in the north side versus, maybe moving some other things down to Central Park? It sounds like Great America's probably going to have some fireworks of some sort already. Do we anticipate that we will be able to get the fireworks from a vendor? I know you mentioned that 3 of them kind of dropped out already, but what does it look like for us to be able to do our own fireworks? And the last question was, as far as, it seems like the parking ingress at Mission was remedied better, or done better this last year. Do we anticipate being able to get, I guess the food vendors, and the lines were pretty long. Do we anticipate being able to get more food vendors and maybe improve on some of those things? That I know you mentioned some youth or kids activities that we had looked at. Do we anticipate being able to do more of that there, if we do have it there this year?
Okay. Councilmember Jane.
It seems like the public really wants an evening event with fireworks. I'm concerned that there might be issues getting the fireworks if we do them on our own. But in option one, neither of the two major parking lots that we typically use are going to be available. Have you already talked to St. Justin's about getting parking there? And I'm kind of surprised that we haven't already talked to the school district about the Central Park Elementary lot or field. It seems like that's critical for us to be able to have the event there. Do you have any ideas of where people are going to park if we don't have those parking lots available? Has there been some sort of study about where the parking would be provided? I know even when we used to have it at Central Park, people would park all over the neighborhoods, pretty far away. So I wanted to understand that. I think you said that you would need a security perimeter fence. Is that included in the $254,000, or is that extra for that? Fireworks are controversial because they scare dogs and pets and things. Since they're already being at Great America, that would not add more fireworks to another part of the city. So I know people are concerned about fireworks in their pets. So I'm actually in favor of option 3. Thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, thank you very much. I actually appreciate all the people who want to have the fireworks at Central Park. I think that that would be a great thing to do, but a number of concerns. I mean, I've always appreciated additional parking at Mission College, but then again, the additional parking was necessary because fewer people live within walking distance. But as someone who lives very close to Central Park, I know that the neighborhoods have always been jammed with people parking on the streets, parking in people's driveways, blocking our driveways, blocking the streets. And it's not just, then the cars are there, but afterwards, when people are walking back to the cars or from the cars, just so many people, you cannot leave your house with that many people leaving or coming at the same time. It sounds like Great America already has plans. They've already contracted with a fireworks vendor. I remember when we used to all go to Great America and stand on the bridge or stand near the way behind and inhale all the smoke coming towards us, but that was just the rite of passage that we did watching the fireworks. I don't want to detract from that show. I think that it would be very nice if we had some event at Central Park because it's more accessible during the daytime. And then we partnered with Great America and maybe had shuttle. I mean, I would love to have buses that took you from one place to another so that people weren't just parking at Central Park. Or maybe they could park at Mission and there would be some things at Mission that could prepare them for the nighttime show, but they could then get a shuttle bus that takes them down to Central Park. I think this is one of the problems with not having something really big in that area. I think that if perhaps Related were built, maybe we could have had it Related. I don't know. But again, my concerns are Great America seems to have fireworks already. We would pay a little bit more money to Great America to make their fireworks larger. I would think that we would have that discussion. We would need to have that discussion sooner rather than later. Because they would have to plan it too. Probably it's incremental, but I heard some procurement issues or procuring product would be incrementally more difficult as time goes on. I'm worried about the traffic, the parking at Central Park. But I mean, I think about it. I think I would love to have an event at Central Park, but if we can't manage it and we can't make it cost effective and maybe we can have a plan where everyone can go to the fireworks show at Great America because we do pay to make it a little bit more intense, a little bit more showy for the 250th anniversary, it would be great. But again, the logistics of having something in two places would be really bad. And I'm curious to see what this council has to mitigate that once we come to a motion. Thank you.
Councilmember Cox?
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask him, and kind of to Councilmember Hardy's question. The old event did start in the afternoon and went through fireworks at Central Park, and we were there every year. I see that we've got two independent options now. I wonder if we pulled for option 4 and wanted to put those together, do we essentially add on the costs of 1 and 3 together? Or would you be able to give an estimate of a day event that has the food activations and stuff? And then I was curious about the fence as well. There's the line item for $50,000 for the cost of sod repairs and the perimeter fence. Can you tell how much of that is anticipated repairs and how much the actual fence costs in that estimate of the $50K? And then I'm just going to say, you know, looking at and Great America has always done their own fireworks independent of ours. When we had ours, Great America was still having fireworks, so there were always historically 2 events. You know, reading these surveys and understanding that this doesn't have to be setting a trajectory for us for every year going forward, but it is the 250th year. The feedback and like especially the word cloud, it just was Central Park and fireworks. So it is overwhelmingly obvious that with an event like this, the public really, really would like to see it. And having attended both, I think one of the things about Mission College is it really became a regional event. And it wasn't the family feel, and I didn't know the people there, or many of them. And it was in and out. It wasn't a day event. It wasn't a barbecue. It wasn't bringing your, you know, your stuff. And so I would like to respond to the community's request here and just recognize this is, you know, a huge year. We haven't done this since COVID. If we can pull together to make this, especially at the weight that the city's put on for these major events, really celebrate Santa Clara, I think that would be important.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
One of the things I liked about the Lunar New Year Festival was that they didn't just have food trucks. They actually had booths where people were cooking in tents or on the side. And I don't know if that would, if there was a way to enable that here, because I know the lines were really long in the past. And the Lunar New Year had a lot of food vendors, which was nice, and the lines didn't get unbearable. So maybe we could consider that.
Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I guess, like, continuing Councilmember Jane's question, like, if we could get booths, we can have something, I don't know, at Central Park that's distinctly different. And maybe instead of having fireworks, how much is a drone show? I see that drone shows are fairly popular. I mean, I think some people said that drone show was an acceptable alternative to fireworks. You know, what kind of drone shows could we have? How much they cost, and what kind of lead times would we need? What kind of decision time frame would we need to have on that? Meaning, rather than compete, I almost think that we could have something for kids a little bit quieter near the neighborhoods, and then also make the Great America fireworks, you know, part of the fireworks show if people want to see it, but have something a little bit different, maybe more family-oriented throughout the day, even towards the evening for the people in Central Park, right? Also, having something like a drone show would be kind of nice because people who live in the area wouldn't necessarily even have to go to Central Park. I think that if we had viewing areas, if we targeted, you know, certain locations where people could be, that might be a good thing as well. And those locations don't necessarily have to be at Central Park, but maybe being at Central Park would be the closest to it. Like I know that in Korea they had the drone shows, and the drones were actually over the river, but we don't have a river. But something like a river, we could put the drones over, and it would have maximal viewing from lots of places in the city, not just Central Park.
So my questions are, well, first of all, I want to say we have hosted 4th of July from noon till past fireworks for many years very successfully, and our community loved it when we did it. It felt more community. When we went out to Mission College, it was truly a regional event that we are providing for the region. There's a distinct difference. I'm not surprised the results came back the way they did. It's overwhelmingly our community. This is what I hear out there. Our community wants Central Park. They want the way it was before. So the way it's being presented is that it's almost impossible to be at Central Park, but I disagree with that. I think we can make it work. I also had a question about the drones, and I wanted to know what the availability was. I know Sunnyvale did it, not last year, but the year before. City of San Jose just had a very successful drone show in their downtown San Jose. I mean, it's an alternate if we're not able to get fireworks. And I'm surprised we just put an RFP out for fireworks. We've talked about fireworks at the Central Park for this 4th of July, for a long time. So just the fact that we're late to the game, I don't understand why we're so late to the game when we were talking about this. But in the alternative, a drone show might be just as, exciting for our community because we've never done it. So I'll make my other comments later, because for me, it's not a question of half a day here, half a day there. Our community deserves better than that. We deserve a whole day for our celebration, to have our community picnic. I don't know if any of you have been to our 4th of July celebrations, but they were pretty fantastic. These started with pancake breakfast from the Scouts, and then it was like an art and wine festival, and then all of our nonprofits had their food booths. That's how they made money. And then even in the evening, we had our nonprofits selling beer and wine. They made a fortune. It was a win-win for everybody, and nobody tried to park at Central Park because you could never get out. There were so many people. So they parked, either walked to the venue if you lived, fairly close. People walked from all areas of Santa Clara, or you parked in the neighborhoods. And it was only a few hours. But I'll tell you, the feeling that people had coming to our 4th of July events were really fantastic. And this year, 250 year, we're one of the 250 cities. This is a special year. Put it out at Mission College. The community doesn't want that. You should all read the responses. They don't want that. But, this council will vote the way they vote. But I just think that if we can't get fireworks, we should look at drones. And we should have a full day at Central Park, a full entire day. So I think that's it for the questions.
Okay, let me try and give a crack at it. And I'm accompanied with our great city manager and our director of Parks and Recreation, Damon Sparacino. So if I miss anything, feel free to jump in. Start off with Councilmember Hardy's questions about fireworks and the expense for Central Park and security and where that had come in. So I think after the Gilroy Garlic Festival shooting, our police department really felt like secure fences and safety concerns and security checkpoints were really important when you had a concentrated crowd. Fireworks bring in a crowd at a certain time, and so that increases the heightened necessity in their mind to need security. And so that's where the fences come in, securing the street to make sure that people can be safe in the street is all part of it. Perimeter fencing is in all of your cost analysis and budgets expectation for around Central Park for either option 1 or option 2, as well as fireworks for Central Park. We estimate fireworks would come in at $50,000. And then we also put in $25,000. I think this was Councilmember Cox's question about Great America fireworks. And so that is half of their budget. So the city paid for half of their fireworks to get them higher and bigger. They were going to provide a shorter show and we wanted the longer extended show, and we wanted them as high as they could get them. So when you do fireworks and also when you do drones, there's a fallout zone. So for every foot you go up, you have to have a safe zone foot out. So our limitations at Central Park is 300 feet high, and it's the same for what drones would do as well. There was lots of discussion on the dais about drones from San Jose, and they are about $300 a drone. A minimum drone show is 250 drones. The San Jose drone shows were at 1,000 drones, so we're looking at $200,000 for a drone show that's lasting about 15 minutes. Not that they have to be that long, but you can kind of do the math on that one. So let me go back to my list because I already got off topic and I don't want to get squirrely here. One by one. So Councilmember Hardy remembers the ash and what would happen with the park. It was full and covered of ash. Our neighbors behind Central Park houses were covered and full of ash. They were wetting down their roofs during the drought to make sure that their roofs didn't catch on fire. We were also wetting down the areas around the fallout zone to make sure that we didn't have a fire. It's a big difference between the fireworks and the drones is the pollution and the fire hazard. Fallout zone's the same, cost is a little bit different. We did close down the ISC the day after 4th of July always to be able to clean. It was a full day of cleaning. We would be in full construction, so not sure if ash would really matter when we're digging out concrete. That would probably just add to the mess, which would probably be fine. Not a problem there. For the school field and the viewing, we did talk to the school district about this when it was being considered in 2024. They said as long as you give it back to us in the state in which you found it, you can do that. So you'll see a line item in the budget for $50,000, and that's to repair whatever happens to their sod, also to peel back the fences so that the public could go back and forth between the parking lot and the field, and then also from on the Kiley side, so that when the Kiley Street was closed, you could go into the field from Kiley there. And so that's where that money comes from. You're right, Councilmember Hardy, that the parking, 2,000 feet spots at Mission College, none at Central Park, but it is walkable and it is a neighborhood.
Kim, while you're looking for that, I just want to highlight the cost and just make sure that council understood. For a drone show, we estimate around $200,000. San Jose spent about $250,000. And so when we did our standalone fireworks show, it was $50,000. And so a drone show is about 4 times as expensive. So we can certainly, and council can direct us to seek sponsorships or allocate funds, but that's not $200,000 for the total event. So that's $200,000 just for the drone show.
You explain that.
And then their question about can fireworks happen at Mission College, that was definitely explored in 2024 with them. Although the city was able to do it in 2015, we shot fireworks from the softball fields. And so we had that conversation with them in 2024, and they didn't want fireworks on their field. Could certainly revisit that if that was the direction council wanted to go, but we don't have that answer for you tonight. Councilmember Hardy, did I get all your questions? Okay. I'm going to go to Councilmember Cox. I think we got your question about Great America. The supply budget is the differential between what needs to be rented and what assets we already have at Central Park. So that's why you see fewer supply budgets at Central Park daytime event than nighttime event and at Mission College. So it's on equipment rental mainly. The available budget, the $66,000 is in the current. Citywide special events land in the Parks and Recreation operating budget from the general fund. We do seek sponsorships ongoing. We were able to secure over $200,000 for all super special events last year for the calendar year through lots of different partnerships that we were able to develop. So your $146,000, which we think we'll be able to secure for this year, is through general fund that we already have, and then sponsorships that we're seeking that are pretty well baked. And then the old event versus a new event, we'd have to do a little cost analysis. There might be some savings between the two budgets presented for the daytime event and the nighttime event. You will remember that in 2019, the event was a 12 o'clock to 10 o'clock event, and so there is some blending there. We still are at the footprint that we're at if we do the daytime and nighttime event, because Fat Joe Field would not be in play if we do fireworks at all in Central Park. Councilmember Gonzalez, the FIFA game, last FIFA game is on the 1st. So there is some impact for staff to be able to be at Mission College.
It's the 2nd, isn't it? July, it's the 1st?
First is the last FIFA game. The Santa Clara PD would be dispatched to help with traffic control on the north side as Great America, the fans or the guests depart Great America. And then they would just divide and conquer, be at Central Park and be there, and that's what they used to do in 2019 as well. So, and then the vendor, there was a question about a vendor. Not sure which one. Food vendors, we want more food vendors. Yes, if we're at Mission College, we need more food vendors. And we would have a plan to do some cook-on-site vendors at either whatever venue we need a combination of cook-on-site and food trucks and additional ones than what we had, as well as some family-friendly activities. And so that could be explored, and we've worked with Mission College already to talk about how we might look at that and use some of those fingers coming into the plaza to be able to have some of those family-friendly activities and increase our food vending options. And then Councilmember Jane, a few responses to questions about parking. So there could be a possibility for parking at St. Justin's. Santa Clara High School could be an option for parking, as well as the church across the street from Santa Clara High, Santa Clara First Baptist, I think it is. So those would be the options that we would pursue for parking if we were at Central Park. That would need to happen regardless if it was a daytime event or a nighttime event, as well as rideshare, bike parking around the library, and then hopefully opening up the library underground parking for VIPs and invited guests and sponsors to be able to have secured parking there. The security fence, perimeter fencing is included in all options. And then that was Councilmember Jane's question, right? Okay. Did I hit all your questions, Councilmember Jane?
And then increased food amenities.
Yeah.
That was the cook-on-site, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
That's definitely, regardless of where we'll be, that was something we realized last year, and there'll be increased food services.
Yep. And then Councilmember Park, parking, I think we addressed. Great America does have plans for fireworks. They have invited us to partner with them. There is concern about, a little bit of concern about a fireworks vendor. We won't know until the responses come back. But nobody's reached out yet with questions, other than the 3 that reached out immediately and said, we'd love to work with you. We just can't this year. We're already booked out. And then a drone vendor, you know, we'd need to start an RFP process to be able to secure a drone vendor if that was the direction you were going. And so that would take a little bit of time. And then,
Some of his questions about drone fallout.
yep, we read, yep. So one of the ideas that we had, if drones, we kind of anticipated the drone idea coming up tonight because San Jose just recently had 2 drone shows as part of their super events. Sunnyvale had one in 2024. And we understand the fallout zone a little, although we haven't executed them here in Santa Clara ourselves. But an idea that we kind of were brainstorming would be shoot them or lift them from the high school. Could they be seen in Central Park? You know, those types of things we would need to do some logistical analysis still on to be able to figure out if that's feasible or not. And then Central Park is definitely feasible, and I could bring up the map too to help you understand that if you want to see that again. We just have to mitigate some of the issues around it. So I think I got your questions. Is there anything else?
Councilmember Park addressed the concept of maybe having an event at Central Park and then directing the community to Great America for the fireworks show. The challenge with that is 4th of July is Great America's busiest day. It's their flagship day, and they are full to capacity and utilize all the parking adjacent to the stadium. Yeah. And so I don't think that there would be the capacity really for us to send additional people there. Having it at Mission College and providing additional funds works because we get to leverage the show and pay for an enhanced show, but not additional attendees at Great America.
I wasn't suggesting that we send them to Great America at all.
Yeah.
I've been at Great America during 4th of July, and there is no parking there, and people are in parking lots watching the show right before they leave. And then it takes them, waiting 10 minutes costs them 2 hours in getting out of the parking lot.
I think the suggestion was maybe even leveraging Mission College as a viewing.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and again.
Which is what we've done.
Yeah, which is what we've done, but that was also, we shared costs with Great America, and there are issues around standing up Mission College for that type of activation. But it's something that, if should it be the will of the council, we can explore with Mission College.
Yeah, because the other question is, like, it's also Great America's 50th year. And Great America could have something big. It could be their 50th and potentially last year. So, I mean, there could be a lot of things going on there as well. And I think we should be talking with them to make sure that if they're going to do something big, if they're going to do something grand, then I think we should be part of that as well.
Yeah, they've expressed desire to want to do it in partnership with the city. Yeah.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I had 2 specific thoughts. I was playing what if in our head. What if we said, oh, we want to do it at Central Park, and then we couldn't get a vendor for fireworks? What would be our alternative? And if we went back to Mission College, I think the biggest thing is showing people where good viewing was, because that didn't play out. That was probably the biggest frustration, is you needed to go out in front in the loop, and then you could see it better, but you are a ways away from it. I think Councilmember Park's comment about it being their 50th year, which it is, and it may be I know it is, because they were 1976. That's why it was called Great America. Because we just barely started doing fireworks in 2002. And before that, there weren't any fireworks at Great America. There were just the Great America ones. So I'm aware of that. So I guess depending on how this vote goes and how we our first choice, should we have a second choice in case, is what I guess I'm asking.
As second choice, if it's the will of the council, allows us to move in that direction in a really nimble and flexible manner. And otherwise, we'll need to come back and seek direction again. So you could direct the city manager on on the choices at the will of the council, if this and that type scenario, and we're happy to react. These vending choices do take time, and so we are up against a clock, and we want to be able to produce the best event possible for the community.
Which could also include a drone.
I was going to say, if you can't get fireworks, then
It could be
option
Central
B is
Park
drone.
Right. Yeah, it could be any combination of, and then we can explore that, knowing that the drone show will be expensive, but staff will be free to at least explore that.
I would explore it if it went that way immediately.
And if Mission College was the location and the drone show could be lifted from their softball field, maybe their concern was the fireworks and the burn on the field, which is the same concern Santa Clara High has with their field. It does burn a little bit, and it needs time to heal if you do it on real grass. But if you do a drone lift on synthetic, maybe that's the difference, at Mission College or at Central Park. So.
Right, council? Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
So as far as the, my preference for this, we know that Great America is going to have their fireworks regardless of what we do.
They'll just have a smaller one if we're not part of it. If we're part of it, they'll do a longer, bigger one.
Okay. And they're around for who knows how long, but they're around this
Hardy
year.
knows.
So seeing how the city really has really stepped up to support Super Bowl and the next 6 FIFA games. But really the most impacted district is District 1. And we know that some of the districts will be able to see at home, if they want to stay home, the fireworks from Great America. My preference would be option 3, which I won't say they're all expensive to some extent, right? So it's not that it's gonna not be an expense, but it's an expense that we seem to have our arms around it as far as the anticipated money that we'll be able to raise and maybe get some sponsorships to be able to fulfill the other $9,000. So I'll make a motion for option 3.
I'll second it.
And just, the streets are still closed on Tasman, so that community, even though the Super Bowl is done, right, the 13th, Friday the 13th, hopefully, we get our public works out there, which we know that our staff has really been working hard, and there's people who have worked more than 9 straight days or more, right? Public safety, so definitely we're still impacted, even though we had a great event yesterday, and our staff is still working hard on a lot of the stuff that's going on.
Councilmember Hardy.
I am probably going to support this. I will just say that I don't know if staff needs more direction, just that we want to look at all options at Mission College, and recognizing that we needed to do a better job to make it easier to bike there, because we didn't last time, and didn't have any place for people to park their bike outside of the venue, and that we went and put away a lot of the equipment for the children to play with kind of quickly. And there isn't a playground otherwise, and that kind of worried me, that we need to make certain, I would disagree with the mayor, I didn't see it as regional. I saw a lot of my neighbors and friends that were out there and enjoying that, and it also made them more aware of Mission College, which I thought was good. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councilmember Cox.
I'm just going to respectfully disagree again. You know, I think that the public has said what they want here, and so I would almost argue that in District 1, people would love a break from the activities up there after FIFA is over and encourage something on the central or south side. But I think, again, what we're looking at this from is a kind of pragmatic lens instead of really going back to what the heart of our community was about. And having been at both events, again, Mission College was fine. It was not a bad event. It was well executed, and I understand from a planning perspective, it's much better. It had none of the heart that the events did at Central Park. And I think that, again, it's disappointing to me because our public really expressed that for 250, that's the highest priority they wanted to see. 62 or 57% said that was their highest priority. The part that left out, 2% said Mission College was a priority. And so I understand there are logistics to think about right now, but what we would be voting on is a direct defiance of what the public said is important to them in a city event. And again, I will say after these massive events have gone through, the city is looking for opportunities where our council, who is invested in the NFL, in FIFA, says, where's the investment in us? And this is kind of a slap in the face saying, you said what you wanted, we're gonna do something different. So I think we have an opportunity here to actually align with the cities and say, yeah, it's more challenging. It certainly puts a greater burden. I know Corey Morgan said, yes, we can make it happen. It's not a problem, Chief Morgan. And so I would just ask you guys to reconsider because this was a very clear survey and it's a very monumental year. And if we look past just the tactical parts, which our brilliant staff can deal with, our community showed up and said this is what they wanted. And having been at both, Central Park is a real community event. So.
City Clerk, did I go to the public? Okay. Before I move on, I'm going to go to the public. Thank you. You guys can sit down. Oh, there is no public here. Okay. But I do have someone online. Linda, go ahead, please.
Several things. One is, I wonder about the tally. There were only 450 voters or 400 some voters. Were they based around Central Park? So of course they like Central Park. The other thing is there is a straight bus line that goes straight up Bowers from Central Park to Mission College and back. So it would be easy to coordinate somewhat with the VTA to make sure that that line is on if people want to take it. And what was the last thing? In just a minute. The other thing is the military drones or whatever drones were bought for police work. Could they be used with lights to make a nice display that we have already paid for? That's it.
Thank you, Linda. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I suggested Fuller Park last year when it was at Mission College, and a lot of people did show up at Fuller Park because you have a fantastic view of the Great America fireworks from there. And if there could be a bus line or shuttles from Central Park, yep, Central Park during the day, yeah, that'd be fantastic to have something there for, the breakfast and the lunch, and maybe shuttle people to Mission College and maybe try to view the fireworks from there, or maybe walk down the street towards Mission College Boulevard, Great American Parkway, and to those little restaurant areas, maybe along the sidewalk, watch fireworks from there if they want a better view of the fireworks. Also, Great America, yeah, I have heard two stories. I've heard that Great America is closing this year, September. I got my annual pass for this year in case it is the last year for 50 years. And I've heard other people say next year, but most of the workers at Great America told me that they think this year is going to be the last year. And I don't know what that company, Prologus, I guess it is the real estate company, what they're going to do with the property in the future. I guess it's zoned for entertainment, so maybe there's still going to be some rides there. I was hoping that Niner ownership would buy it years ago. They had talked about maybe purchasing the Great American property, and they should have, because with that EMF substation, and I know the Niners since 2014 have had a wide range of serious injuries, and they're far ahead of anybody else in the NFL with injuries. So I know Grant Cohn, he had a scientist. Grant Cohn's one of the reporters for the 49ers. He had a scientist on, said, yeah, there's something to that with the muscles and tissues where players, after a long period of time practicing next to that substation, there could be some serious issues in regards to major injuries.
Thank you. Thank you, Edward. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? I don't see. Oh, Roger. Go ahead, Roger. You can unmute yourself. All right. 4440. Please unmute yourself. Last four is 4440.
Hi, Mayor. This is Kathy Watanabe. I wasn't planning to call in, but after hearing the motion and some of the comments, I felt like I wanted to express, the survey and what the residents have asked for. And this is an important time to listen to our residents. They've been promised that we were going to bring that the city was going to bring the 4th of July picnic and all the festivities back to Central Park for the longest time now, and they've been counting on this. I understand there are costs that are of concern, but at the same time, there are opportunities to look at other options like the drone show. And I understand it may be a bit more expensive, but maybe we can leverage some of our corporate sponsorships that we've had at Mission College to help defray those costs. I think we owe it to our residents, especially on the 250th anniversary, to listen to them and bring this important annual event back to Central Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else, so Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand what the survey says, but I kind of agree with one of the public members, which is, do we have like demographic, do we have geographic data for where these are coming from? I mean, I do know that having it at Central Park is easier for residents in general because I think a lot more people live near Central Park. That said, I mean, if we don't have the parking, if we don't have the other essential elements resolved, if we don't have those, then this could be a worse experience for everyone, right? I think that there is more to consider than just where it is. And at some point, the survey does tell us what people want. It tells us what very specific people want. And I kind of want to know, do we have an idea? Did we get views from all over the city? How do we know where these are coming from? I would think that perhaps people responding from the north side of the city would have a slightly different response. I'm just guessing. I'm not saying this is the case. From people on the south side of the city, and maybe there may be differences from east and west. I also want to consider that the final game is very close. I mean, it's very close to 4th of July. And if there are going to be people around, hanging around, because it is the weekend, I mean, they just have to wait for the weekend. Maybe they had some, then we could be advertising a 4th of July event. And, you know, if we're going to do something like that, if people from outside the city are potentially going to come, then I would like to be the event to be in a place where it's convenient for people. I think that a bus is a really nice idea if we're committed to shuttling people back and forth, but I don't know if that's going to be, you know, I don't know if that's feasible. I don't know if logistics work out on that. I don't know what the additional cost would be. Ideally, I would like to have something in both places, something during the daytime for families that want to go to Central Park, and where people are going to linger, where it's further away from pets and houses. It's actually not very true, but have a fireworks show. It would be really great, if we're not worried about money, to have a fireworks show and a drone show. I mean, have kind of quiet of drones in Central Park, and maybe designate viewing areas so that people aren't as close to Central Park. But again, I think that gathering at Central Park, if we have booths at Central Park, if we've got stands and vendors and nonprofits doing things, that's where you want to be. It just turns out that doesn't seem like it's where you want to be if we're going to have a drone show. Yeah. Have to think about this.
I just want to say that the 250th anniversary of American independence is a once-in-a-lifetime milestone that warrants an extraordinary community celebration. Our survey results show overwhelming support for returning this event to Central Park with fireworks. And I believe we should honor both the significance of this anniversary and our community's clear preference by hosting a full-day celebration, combining the daytime activities, the family activities, with the evening fireworks or drone spectacular. I'm just going to be very direct. Our staff conducted this survey, received overwhelming results in favor of Central Park with fireworks, and then presented options designed to make the less popular Mission College choice seem more practical. That's not serving the public, that's managing the council. And our job is to listen to residents and direct staff to make it happen, not to accept barriers as immovable obstacles. According to our police chief, which I spoke to today, and he has been very consistent in this, we can facilitate anything that the city needs, including Central Park. So I say we were elected to represent our residents' interests, and our survey told us exactly what those interests are. So the fact that we're even talking about something else is mind-boggling to me. All right, Councilmember Hardy.
There we go. Our residents didn't know all the construction that's going on in Central Park. They have no idea. I will put forth the reality of July 5th, 2027, Santa Clara will be 175 years old. I think in 2027, once our park is refurbished, ready to go, and open, would be a wonderful time to have a two-day spectacular situation on July 4th and July 5th, and have it at Central Park, celebrating not just the nation's birthday, but Santa Clara's birthday. And that would make so much more sense when the park is finished. Our residents don't know that it's going to be in pieces in some parts and in construction. They have no idea. My husband also told me, oh, I filled that out. I was a little frustrated. It only gave you one option. You couldn't say this or that. So that was a comment after he had filled it out and told me that. So I will say I still stand by, I think, especially because Great America may not be here after this, that having that out there where when I moved here in 1985, that until 2002, when we decided to do them at Central Park for our 150th, for our sesquicentennial for the city. Now, 25 years later, we're redoing our park. And I think that we can do a beautiful job at Mission College, making certain we look at the things that we learned from the last 2 years, have better parking, have better access, have better security. Because if it's not as secure, and we have so many people outside of those gates this year, I will say that does make me nervous, because we want everyone to feel safe and secure. So I still stand by that, and I will be supporting the motion.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I lived 3 blocks from Central Park for 15 years. I enjoyed that. The park was in a different state at that point. There was no fence between Central Park Elementary, Milliken back then, and you know, whether it was helping with put cars on the grass and, you know, and being part of that whole environment. Those days, it was a great day. It was definitely a great event, starting with the pancake breakfast and rolling through the fireworks that evening. But this is not, Central Park does not look the same as it did, you know, back then. And the construction that we're going to be doing, the inability of having those parking lots, this is going to affect the way that those folks around there, and I don't live there anymore, but how they're going to feel about this. And I could tell you, I mean, the community around that was impacted. Yeah, they enjoyed it because the fireworks were in their backyard. They had to go nowhere. You know, they could literally stay home. But definitely, they will be affected, and some not in a positive way. Now, the drone show, it's more expensive. It might give us more of an ability to maneuver people around and give us more space, per se. But it's just more expensive. I see this as something where, and I didn't realize that, Councilwoman Hardy, but yeah, I mean, next year is more significant to Santa Clara than this year. I mean, obviously it's significant to us here in the nation, but next year will be even much more significant to those residents here in Santa Clara. So I'm going to be supporting my motion. I could tell you I've made motions before that I did not support, but I'll be supporting a motion in this case.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the events at Central Park, but Central Park is really different now. We've got the magical bridge there. We're going to lose the parking. We're going to have other fields closed. There's Central Park Elementary that has been fenced off. It's not at all what I remember from being there before. So I think that for all those logistics reasons, putting it at Mission College just makes sense. Parking is pretty easy there. But I think the event should probably be longer than, say, 3 or 4 hours, and maybe we could, I don't know what our agreement is with Mission College, but maybe we could make it a 6 or 7 hour event and just have, you know, picnics and things that people could do out there. And then the drone show thing, you know, all this money comes out of the Parks and Rec budget, and we've always been debating about how we support youth sports. So now to spend $200,000 on a drone show when we could be supporting youth sports, you know, I know we have Wade Brummel, but it just, you know, we have a lot of kids that we want to serve with sports, and we have to manage the Parks and Rec budget to accommodate youth sports. So I'm not really in favor of doing a $200,000 drone show.
Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Gonzalez, you have your light on again.
Sorry, I just wanted to mention, as far as the hospitality management chair over there, Chef Daniel Arias, he's worked with the CHAMPS program here at Wilcox High School. And I know that this last year, the hospitality area of Mission College was within the fencing. It was not open, obviously, but there's different things that maybe we can do with them as well to maybe have either they open it up where where they're available, or maybe they bring the Champs culinary program from Wilcox to help out and serve folks that day. And they have a full way of how they go around kind of running their own program at Wilcox and have their own basically restaurant on campus.
Was that a question? No. Oh, okay. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that there may be people that go to the World Cup that will stay the weekend, especially because they know it's the 4th of July. I don't even know what airlines or what travel will be like during that week or that weekend, but I think that if we play this right and we do advertise through the World Cup, we do local advertisements, we use the digital billboards, we do use banners to tell people about an event, and we make the event bigger than it would be with just us. I mean, tell everyone that, you know, we're celebrating the 250th anniversary. You're invited. You know, the same place that hosted Super Bowl and FIFA, we're going to host this as well. And we're going to have an event. And I heard the word regional, but maybe we have a regional event, which is all-inclusive of everyone, because it's not our birthday. Well, it is in a way, but it's not our significant anniversary. It's the country's significant anniversary, and that belongs to everyone. I like the suggestion from Councilmember Hardy about reserving another time when the Central Park is completed, when we've got our RFPs, when we've got our early, and when we got them in, we've got everything set, and we plan for something really big, and that's something that belongs to Santa Clara. There won't necessarily be the FIFA crowds. There won't be the crowds that we have, and it will be a little bit more personal. We do return to something where we have pancake breakfast. We have something, but we have time to plan for that. We have time to make that, and I think we should be doing that now in anticipation of a large anniversary next year. We shouldn't wait until this one's over. We should be, as we're going out looking for what we could do this year, make the plans, put in place plans for next year. I mean, I asked drone show because a lot of people are using drones, but when you look at the costs, I mean, the drones alone are more expensive than, options 2 and 3. I mean, with everything. I mean, just the drones. If we wanted to add food and other booths, and other things, it's doubles the cost of the event. From a cost perspective, I agree with Councilmember Jane, but I do hear what the mayor is saying. Like, it is a once in a lifetime event where we can make it big. And part of me wants to make it really big as well. But right now, with the information in front of me, and I still didn't hear about the demographic data of people taking the survey. I don't even know if we have that. I don't know if we've collected that. But, it'd be really interesting to note where the responses came from.
Mayor, I do have the zip code data if you'd like to
Yes,
share
go ahead,
that.
please.
Okay.
In case they're from out of town.
Councilmember Park, we had 135 people fill out the survey from 95050, 221 from 95051, 26, my eyes, sorry, from 95054, and then a handful from other.
Thank you. So I have a question. When will the swim center be completed? Because that is the only thing under construction now. So when will that be completed?
It's anticipated for summer 2027.
So before the 4th, well, that's phase 1.
That's phase 1, right? And so phase 2 will take longer, but in theory, phase 1 will be done by summer 2026.
When will phase 2 start?
There's an RFP out for a designer, and then we will anticipate bringing that before the council to approve the contract, and then we'll start the community engagement process.
Okay. Thank you. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I understand that this issue has strong sentiments on all sides. One of the things I want to say, when I first reviewed this staff report, I really thought that it met with the definition of completed staff work, in that it was well-written, the options were transparent, we articulated all of the impacts, and provided council with a number of recommendations and alternatives. One of the things that we certainly talked about in preparing this is presenting this in a way where we did not recommend the option with the least hurdles or the option that was easiest to execute from a staff perspective. We really wanted to provide you in a very transparent way with all of the information so that you can make an informed decision as the elected leaders of this community with the full complement of information. And so know that staff endeavored to do that, and the professional staff work that's before you, I think, does that in an exemplary fashion. But I very much know that there are significant desires to return to Central Park. And so know that we wanted to provide you with all the information so that you can make an informed position and not push you in one way or another. And I think we did that. Thank you.
Thank you, but I still stand by all of my comments. City Clerk, when you're ready, you have a motion by Vice Mayor Gonzalez, second by Councilmember Jane, to move it to Mission College for 2026, 4th of July. Please register your votes. And that passes 4-2. All right, thank you. Thank you, staff. All right. Next, we have members, reports of members, special committees, and council member 030 requests. Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Yeah, and I don't know if I always get corrected by our attorney, but as far as the 030, I would like to see something on the agenda for review of public participation options, whether that includes having a public presentation only for people that are present in the dais here, whether we move our city council meetings to other locations just so that we can get more participation in person, whether it's at Central Park Library, maybe utilize some of the school facilities. I know when we did that for the school district, we got more participation from voices we didn't hear, which was important, whether it was an Alviso or Don Calajon. So if we can, I don't know if we have to vote for this, but definitely I would like to see this on the agenda. So basically, public participation options.
Do we vote on that? How do we, what is this? 030?
So
Is that a 030, Albert?
it's a verbal 030 request, does not have to be submitted before the meeting. In your history, you have done it or executed the policy both ways. And so your conversation tonight is limited to
Whether to put this on the agenda.
whether to put this, direct staff to put it on a future agenda so that you can discuss the merits of it. And then at that meeting, you will discuss the merits and provide staff with direction to investigate it further, or you may take no action at that time.
So I have other lights, but I think they're for other issues. Is there anybody that wants to speak on this, or did you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Put it on a future agenda. Is there a second?
I want to make certain, what is it you want to put on the agenda to have council members? I want to understand, are you talking about having council meetings at a different place?
Review of public participation options so that whether we move our city council meetings to different places, maybe once a year or a couple times a year versus just having it here, whether we have public participation only at the dais or keep it as we're doing it right now, having it remote and here at the dais. So basically looking at how the public engages with with our city council meetings. And really how we engage with them as well, if we move our council meetings to other locations.
I guess I would ask the question, we've been staying hybrid ever since COVID and give,
There's 1,000 school districts in the state.
Well, guys, it's just whether or not to put this on the agenda, so let's keep it to that. All right, Councilmember Cox,
Oh, I was on a report.
on
out,
another
not on this.
issue. Okay. So Vice Mayor Gonzalez made a motion to add this to a future agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, there's a second. Motion second to add to future agenda. City Clerk? Oh, sorry, public. Is there any member of the public that, of the 2, 4, 5 members that are online? Any member of the public want to speak on this issue? Seeing none? All right, please register your vote. And that passes 5-1. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Cox.
I wanted to give an update on the Stevens Creek Corridor project. First and foremost, it was a joint effort between San Jose, Santa Clara, and Cupertino. Cupertino has dropped out. Reason being, they do feel like a lot of the projects that we are pushing through in the Santa Clara corridor, they have already implemented, and they do have quite lovely streets and good pedestrian and bicycle accessibility already. So we're now a two-man crew. What's currently going on is there's a draft for Measure B grant that's been submitted. Our staff worked on that with the staff of San Jose. If we get that, what it will mean is that they anticipate being able to hire the staff to draft what will be a 10% or more complete streets plan for all of Stevens Creek, starting with the really easy accessibility, or the really accessible items like the tree planting, garbage cleanup, covered bus stops. So we'll know soon if the funding comes through for that. But in the meantime, they're also going to start their community group again. So, update.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I had 3 things to report. The first is that in advance of the Super Bowl, a bunch of government agencies created a human trafficking command center. It was here in the Bay Area. I did an operational tour of that center, and they handed out this flyer. It's by a group called In Our Backyard, Human Trafficking in Our Backyard. And what they was surprising to me is that a lot of people that are being trafficked go to convenience stores. So they have this booklet with pictures of missing children, and they want to distribute this at convenience stores so that the clerks could identify some of these people and try to get them help. They had a story of somebody here in the Bay Area who was being trafficked, who was from Portland, Oregon, and they managed to find funds to get her a first-class airplane ticket back to Portland, and it was just an indication of that she was really valued and that they, she was worthy of a first-class ticket to back home. So that was interesting. A bunch of different agencies were involved in that in advance of the Super Bowl. The second event that I attended was something that I had attended. Oh, and the other thing is I need to report that I received this gift of a challenge coin from the In Our Backyard people. So I have this gift from them. The second event that I attended is that years ago I had been part of Leadership Santa Clara. And unfortunately that program has fallen by the wayside, but there is a active program run by Tara Martin-Milius for Leadership Sunnyvale, and she has a program where she invites people from Mountain View and Sunnyvale to, and this was in today's Mercury News, it was a poverty simulation. And what they do is they get a bunch of people together and they create families. And in the family that I observed, there was a mother and a father, and there was a 17-year-old girl, and they were living in a tiny little apartment where it was in a community where they almost kind of had to stay at home because someone would break into their house and steal their stuff. And the 17-year-old didn't like to go to school, and so she just hung out in. So they do this interesting simulation, and it was eye-opening. And they have to go find jobs. There's a little pawn shop. There's school. There's a jail. Other things that they have to get services, transportation. And so every 15 minutes they rotate. And when the clock goes, I saw all the people from my family run to the jobs place, and I'm like, what's going on? Why are they running? And it's like they have to get in line first to get the jobs, and there were only 2 jobs. The rest of the people had to come back the next week to get jobs. So the poverty simulation is really valuable. There were 25 people from Sunnyvale, 25 people from Mountain View, and if you want to read about it, it was in today's Mercury News. It's a program that all of the Sunnyvale council members have been through the poverty simulation, so it is a valuable program. The last event that I attended was yesterday. It was an all-day event. It's called the Policy Bridge by CivicWell, and it was in Sacramento. So I drove a city car to there. Registration was only $75, and then I had $25 of parking. So including the car, it was a very affordable event. They had things that they talked about was pathways to affordable, decarbonized, reliable energy, and then they had a fireside chat, creative, sustainable funding solutions, and the people speaking were State Senator Christopher Cabaldon, State Assembly Member Jackie Irwin, State Senator Ben Allen, and then the keynote at lunch was Sacramento Mayor Kevin McCarty, and we had State Senator Catherine Blakespear. So then they had these round tables. We got together and we got to meet with people from other communities. There were a lot of agency people there. The group that I was in had somebody from the San Mateo Office of Sustainability, and then they had somebody from the Air District there in my group. And we talked about community solar. So that was a very valuable conference that I went to yesterday. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Councilmember Park.
So I have a couple of requests. I mean, I know that we received a report way back in, we received a so Stevens Creek Subaru came here to kind of overturn their denial by Planning Commission, and that was way back in October. And every day that goes by, the Planning Commission decision has been essentially overturned. It's been months. They came back for reconsideration. We talked about reconsideration way back in October. And I think that every day that goes by, they get to, basically violate what the Planning Commission has requested that they do. And I'm just wondering when they're coming. Like, I took pictures of the site and the site next door, which is Stevens Creek Lincoln. And I know that what they're doing at Stevens Creek Lincoln is essentially a replication of the problem
Should we be talking
that we have.
about
And I
this?
just want to know when this is coming back, because every day that it doesn't come back, they're completing another project, and the residents are having to deal with what Planning Commission has
City
done.
Attorney, can you please answer?
City Manager has the answer, Madam Mayor.
I was looking for a legal answer, but okay. City Manager, can you give me
Really quick update. I cannot provide you with the date. I do know that there has been back and forth and as ongoing communications. There were conflicts with the council schedule. I do believe that there were conversations with Subaru. It is planned to come back to you. We'll get the date and send it to council.
Okay, because my concern is while we are hesitating on a date. Months are going by and nothing else has stopped. So it's as if, you know, we've already overturned, we've already given them.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Park, we understand the concern, and I know there are efforts made to bring it back, you know, to you per council's previous direction.
Okay, because we are getting continual complaints about the same issue. So the other thing that I'd like to bring forward is I'd like a report on the emergency rehires. Like every so often you say that we've only done this once per fiscal year, but it was twice last year to rehire people. But I'd like a report on our efforts, you know, on how, you know, how they're doing. I'd like to know what we've changed in terms of succession and promotion planning. And I'd like a report on what effect the rehires have had on the city. So I'd like to get some information on that. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I'll just give a report. On January 28th, I was invited to a summit by Taranya, which is a company headquartered in Milpitas. It was Carl Guardino who invited me, and he did invite other electeds, and there were ISP, internet service providers there, and they were showing off their new technology where they're able to provide broadband without cables, and that they feel like they can do this for both rural areas where it's hard for satellites and for metropolitan areas, and they're right now testing it in a part of San Jose. And knowing that we've had some problems in our city with connectivity, I found that really exciting, and that's why I went, and I did pay for myself.
I just returned. I want to give a report on my trip to the U.S. Conference of Mayors. I just returned from the winter meeting of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, where more than 250 bipartisan mayors gathered in Washington to engage with federal leaders and tackle the challenges that our cities face. And I must tell you, Santa Clara is being looked at as a national leader in ways that made me proud to represent our community. Let me start with housing, because it dominated every session that I attended. Boston Mayor Michelle Wu said it plainly in the lunch plenary: housing is the primary concern for virtually every mayor in the United States. Lansing's mayor talked about residents struggling with rising rents, home prices, healthcare costs, insurance. That's exactly what we hear at every grocery store. A national survey projects that even a limited sample of 120 cities will be short 2 million homes over the next 5 years, underscoring the massive scale of Americans' housing crisis. Senator Elizabeth Warren addressed the conference about the bipartisan Road to Housing Act, which she co-sponsored with Senator Tim Scott, which passed the Senate Banking Committee unanimously last July. She told mayors about her recent phone conversations with President Trump, in which she urged him to push House Republicans to advance housing legislation, and he indicated support for signing it into law. And today, it might have been last night, or what time is it now? Literally this morning, the House of Representatives passed its companion bill, the Housing for the 21st Century Act, by an overwhelming bipartisan vote of 390 to 9. So this represents the first major housing reform legislation in over a decade, and the strong bipartisan support in both chambers could open significant federal funding opportunities we need to position ourselves in Santa Clara to capture. Immigration enforcement was the other dominant theme. After deadly incidents in Minneapolis, and Mayor Frey did address our conference, mayors from both parties emphasized the needs for constitutional due process and proper federal coordination with local authorities. As the United States Conference of Mayors President David Holt put it, immigration has been enforced for over 100 years without the chaos that we're seeing now. Cities need stable frameworks that don't disrupt public safety operations or community trust, and I think we're dealing with that now as well. And now here's where Santa Clara stood out. I was asked repeatedly by mayors about how we've managed data center growth, how Silicon Valley Power provides reliability and resilience, and how we balance community benefit with strategic economic development. Many cities are trying to replicate parts of our model, and that recognition matters, and it reinforces that our work on energy infrastructure and innovation is setting a national standard. On the World Cup front, I met with FIFA President Gianni Infantino and the other U.S. host city mayors. He brought the World Cup trophy, which I did take a picture with. It's pretty amazing. Didn't let me touch it, though. I also met with the ambassador of Qatar at his residence. They're excited about coming here for their World Cup game, and he talked about conversations about the global spotlight is on our region, and everything was overwhelmingly positive. They're sending their consul general here in a couple weeks. They want to actually open businesses in Santa Clara to commemorate their World Cup game that they're having here. I think they play against Switzerland. The conference also launched a Big City Alliance chaired by Denver's mayor, and it's designed for the unique challenges of large cities, but we should evaluate whether we should join and whether it would serve our interests as a major event host city with the Silicon Valley economic profile. Former President Bill Clinton spoke about the cities as the engine of national problem solving. San Antonio's mayor led sessions on deploying AI thoughtfully to address municipal challenges. Columbia, Missouri's mayor discussed how sustainability solutions intersect with public safety and housing. The theme throughout was practical, bipartisan collaboration, not politics, to get things done. In short, cities are leading where Washington can't, and Santa Clara's work in housing, energy, innovation, and global event leadership is being watched and emulated. So I'll continue to bring back updates and best practices to support our community's priorities. So I needed to report on that, and with that, City Manager, do you have anything to report? With that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.